Hello, everybody. Hi, Cammy. Hi, all the lurkers. Hello, hello, hello. Started a little early today, because I had to, do a big, long drive over my partner's house, and, in order to do so and not be very tired, I drank a 5-hour energy, which normally I don't drink coffee or energy drinks or much pop at all, so I am not very tolerant of caffeine. But here's the thing, I was about to, I was feeling that, I'm getting a little sleepy, so on road trips, I sometimes have to have those, and I was like, well, I have work to do today as well, so we're just gonna be, working on Rouse here. I apologize that it's not new stuff. I know that I said I'm going to make Flea from the little flea dogs from Silksong. I am going to do that. Unfortunately, I got a bunch of orders, so I need to work on those first. I have Rouse, I have a Hornet, Silksong. Yeah, and this is chapter 1, so I've only made one of him so far. I've made like 3 or 4 of the regular Rouses. And I also got another order for Civil Pseudo Regalia, which is one of the first things that I made for GDQ. Hi, Astral. Welcome in. Ashes, where'd he go? I'm sure he'll come back. I think he's taken perhaps a little nap because he was also in the car. Here's what we'll do in the time. I'll say you can go here. Right, there you go. The popular boy. That's where he lives. That's where he goes. Also, I'm sorry for no streams last week. I was busy on Monday. And then I attempted to have a stream on Wednesday, and my computer stuff just blew up. It had to do with the camera app that I use updating on phone but not on desktop, etc., etc., etc. I don't know. It was really stressful, and I had like a pretty miserable week last week. So I'm like, whatever, and so I was just frustrated that I couldn't stream because I like streaming. And I also then feel like, I'm not, you know, because it's part of my business now, so it's like I want to do the thing. But in any case, it's whatever. We're back now, and should be able to do Monday and Wednesday just fine. Is Monster of the Week this Saturday? Such a good question. Let's check. Spam! Bidnit Frog, hello! I just read your little Arrow Ace comic, and I was like, that is neat and cool, and you're like, I'm not missing anything because I have friends, and I'm like, I am one of those friends. Hooray. Yeah. It is one of those things, like, you're like, is something wrong with me? I don't know. And I'm not really A-spec, but, like, I definitely have things similar to, like, am I the weird one? Or, you know, like, what's going on here? So, that kind of feeling is just very difficult to shake, even if you know perfectly well that it's like, it's fine, nobody's normal, what is normal? Like, you know, that kind of thing, but it's still hard to be like... Also, we have New Leaf music, because I've been playing Animal Crossing New Leaf, with my partner, and it's been very fun, and I've been getting way too into it again, as you do. Ethernet connection exploded. Oh, now you're on antibiotics. Ugh. Yeah, don't try to stream if you're sick. Also, thing about Chapter 1 Ralsei that you kind of don't realize necessarily is that, like, his little ears are kind of have more of, like, a spike edge to them. Because he's supposed to look, I guess, scragglier in that version of him. Like, the edge of his cape is his robe is also kind of tattered. But I don't do that quite as much. But I do have his hair and ears looking scragglier. Oh, I didn't finish what I was saying. Sybil Suitor Regalia is a big booty goat girl who I made for the first AGDQ that I did prizes for, which was AGDQ 2024. Which I did on purpose because I wanted to show furries that I can make furry stuff. And I put her in her professional outfit, which has pants, but I've also made her regular outfit, which does not have pants. But I got really annoyed with that version of her because I didn't make the face good enough, but I had to use that as the photo on the website. And I'm like, nobody's gonna buy this because it's expensive and the face doesn't look right. But somebody did buy it, and I'm like, haha, you don't understand. I've become so much more powerful in the last year. I'll make a butt you can't believe! So, there's going to be a powerful goat lady ass that I will make on camera, I think, because there's, the only documentation of that process is a very old process video of mine, but it was made before I started streaming, so... I'm gonna say that anything that has a process video, but that I have only made before I started streaming, is fair game to show on camera. and then I can use that as the new product image, and then people can go, oh hey, this person actually makes things that look good! But I'm sure most people think that it looks fine. It's just like, no, I couldn't make the face good enough, and then I felt bad because it wasn't my best work, and so... Okay, what were you... Especially when it feels like you're blasted with this is what you should strive for from every angle. A little moment to remind yourself, nah, I'm as good as I am and the choices I've made, actually. Yeah. So much of that. So much of that is just like, this is what I did, so this is what everybody should do. It's like, no. Thank you. This is the song of Mouse got up too early and is gonna be playing Animal Crossing before they go to their workout. I believe the 8 a.m. music. I'm absolutely going to be, like, having a sugar or whatever crash after this. You better believe it. But for the moment that I have energy, we're gonna be working on this. Yes, the Making Incredible Butts is probably next week? I'm not sure. That one is due next week, I believe. I've been getting more orders, so I'm like, alright, well, even though I made my processing times longer, I'm still quite busy. This Ralsei has a pretty, you know, nice buttocks. I don't want to make child characters' butts too big, but yes, butts next week. Yes, I'll pencil that in. Here, you guys decide. Should we work on Goat Lady ass, or should we work on cute, adorable, Silk Song Flea Dog? One of them is a commission that needs to be worked on, and the other one is whenever I feel like it. Hello, Dark Sass. Hello, Sploot. Welcome in, welcome in. One vote for Goat Lady. Because if you... Here. Images. Let's see if I can pull up... Ball. Goat butts, you got it. So yeah, too big. Show me some Silk Song stuff. The games look so gorgeous. Oh yeah, it looks great. So here's the original one that I made, which, for being quite old at this point, I cooked with that one. That was my, hey furries, don't you want to commission me to make your fursona? See, here's the thing. I love furries. I have many furry friends. I am not a furry unless it's referring to Sidon, Breath of the Wild. He's my exception. However, I think furry characters are fun. I think they're fun to make in needle felts. And I also think that furries have a lot of money. So it's like, hey, you have all of these characters that you want, and you have disposable income because you're for some reason all like medical professionals and programmers. Yeah, you could, you could commission me if you sure felt like it. So it's one of those. We can equally have dollar signs in our eyes and love in our hearts, you know? But, like, here's the basic vest version that I made. I'm just not happy with this face. The rest of it looks fine. It's fine, but I just could not get this face right. And it bothers me. And I'm like, if somebody bought that, and they paid $170 US for it, I'm gonna make it right, and I'm gonna make it look good, and I feel bad for that previous person. But I'm sure they didn't leave a review, so... Either they liked it and just didn't leave a review, or they did the Etsy thing of, I don't want to make this person feel bad, so I'm not leaving a review. I don't know. It looks fine. It looks fine. Also, hi Eli, hi Malform. What's up? Hello. I am slightly more energetic today than usual because I've had a 5-hour energy in order to not fall asleep at the wheel when I was driving earlier today, and now we are going to work on commissions until Drawfee starts, and, well... Drawfee starts at 8:30 today, so maybe not. But we're gonna work on commissions until I run out of energy. Or Drawfee starts. Also, yes, my Ralsei emote. And we have a new emote. Um, it is unfortunately only for subscribers because you can't make a follower emote that's animated. But it is WireMouse, and it was made by Reb. Because she opened her commission slots, and I was like, I want one! And so it's Ash barking. And yeah, Ash may not be joining us today because he was in the car, and sometimes after he's been in the car for a while, or over at somebody else's house for a while, he needs to go under the bed and have a sleep about it. So he may be simply too sleepy. But we have in his place the popular boy. Bum, 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 bum. I have been so enjoying replaying New Leaf. I have a villager who lives right next to my house, and he's got a bunch of cool stuff in his house, and I've been slowly stealing all of his stuff. Also, hi, San! Pet the dog. I will pet Ralsei. His name is Roald, he's a jock penguin, and he has a lot of cool things that I want. And now I've taken all of the things that I want. So every time he invites me over to his house, because you can only take stuff from their house if they invite you over, but he invites me over a lot. He says, hey, if you want anything from my house, just ask, and I go, uh-huh, and then I steal more of his things. I do pay him for them, but his house is looking more and more, a cause for, you know, a cry for help. He's got a fish instead of a couch. I stole his couch. I stole his gashapon machine. I stole his, all of the kitty stuff that he had. I stole his giant kendama. Roald does not get to have furniture. Callie, who is, a squirrel, has a lot of the modern wood stuff. And I am trying to steal all of her stuff as well, but she's a little bit more reticent about giving me her bed and her clock, and I need those. Also, here's my Nintendo 3DS. Dark red. And we have the delightful, from Foutbarb, who is a Michigan-based artist who I adore, I Don't Know How to Read, featuring Rowlet. We have the same DS? Awesome. Because I was like, what's a sticker that could sort of complement this? You know, what goes with this dark red? Because I was getting, like, my old DSs and things had a lot of, like, stickers and stuff on them. Here's the thing about New Leaf, and why you should restart it, and why you should all play with me. Is, for instance, if you get your 3DS modded, which my partner's going to do for me at some point, there are fan servers still up. And so you can do the Dream World or whatever. And then also, if you restart, Tom Nook will, if you have your save file at, I believe, 50 days and 50 hours or more, Tom Nook will offer to buy your town and optionally also your item catalog for like millions of bells, and will either give it to you as a lump sum or like 1% of it for 100 days. And then you get interest if you do it that way. So the 1% for 100 days is the way to go, because then you get a little bit at a time, and then you can still work for things, but then you have a nice little, oh, I don't know, 100,000 bell allowance every day, and you can get things going really fast, and you don't have to hang out on the island forever catching beetles and sharks. Because I was like, oh, I just got a flashback of college of me doing all of that. Like, unfortunately, we just do not have the time in our lives to sit there and catch bugs and fish for monetary reasons, and I want a cool house, and I want it now! need the whole mermaid set, so I'm gonna do all of the medals, and I'm gonna do all those cool mini games on Tortimer Island, and I'm going to make it work, and it's gonna be mine! And I also need the modern wood set, and I also need all of the food, because I keep getting food, and I think it's funny to put food in your house. And I also need all of the game systems and all of the Nintendo stuff. I need all of these things. And I need them in my home, and I need them today. I also keep getting guitars, so I'm putting guitars in my home. That's right. Before he has, like, a face, Ralsei just looks like he has a big giant nose. Which he doesn't not have a big giant nose, but, like, it's, you know, a big giant goat nose. I love Deltarune and Undertale sprites and how they don't need to make sense in 3D. It makes... Oh, wow! Thank you! Also, hi, Evil Conquer. Do know. Thank you for these. Oh my god! Oh my god, that works so well with Speak on that. Ash, what do you think? If you want cute emotes of Ash and or highly specific emotes that I wanted to exist for the scenarios in which I needed them, sub to me. Or don't. Whatever you want. I would have made... Hi, Ash. Hi. Do you want to come up here, honey? Come on up. I thought you were going to be too sleepy. Want to come up here? Mr. Ash. Whoa, fuck! I almost fell over. Don't do that. Hello, puppy dog. Let me think about it. No. Okay. I am petting him at the moment. He might come back up. He is licking my leg. His very favorite thing in the whole wide world is to lick. He also loves licking your face. And if you, make it so that he can't lick your face, like you're holding him back, he will lick the air and look forlornly at you and go, why can't I lick your face? But that's what I want to do, you see. I just easily took a 1-hour nap. Yeah. I do that too. But I work from home, so it's like a little bit easier? I don't know. But also we can just say we're getting old. It's okay. But, you know, I kind of like being in my 30s. I know everybody says this, but it's like... It's more chill because most people have gone through their character development already. You know, it's like... Oh, you know, my partner was talking about... Who's the same age as me. Is hilariously only 2 weeks younger than me. Like, almost exactly. Like, oh yeah, you know, some of my friends made fun of me for XYZ, and I'm like, well, that sucks. And they're like, actually, it's okay, because, like, we grew up, and they wouldn't do that anymore, and they've apologized. They're my old, like, Team Fortress 2 friends, and I'm like, oh, neat. Well, I'm happy for that. How to get up after nap? Have a dog who needs to go out. And then he will bark at you and go, Mother, please, I need to go outside, Mother. But, like, it feels like, especially in your sort of teens and 20s, everybody's going through very, like, you know, they haven't learned important life lessons yet. I feel like canon 35-year-old Oron, who's like, I'm too old for this shit. And I'm like, yeah, me too. We're out of the flashbacks and into the main story arc. Well, I mean, according to anime, anybody above 30 is ancient. Also, I don't know if you guys watched Secret Sleepover Society last night, but I've been, like, sort of getting more into watching that. Just because you know, Jacob and Julia are great, but also because I find them being new parents, like, really entertaining because they're very cute about it. I never want to have children. I have made medically certain that I cannot have biological children for, like, gender reasons. But the baby stories are hilarious, and they also just act like such new parents. They were like, you guys, the Fisher-Price piano toy has some bangers on it. This one sounds like ska, and this one sounds like Midwest emo, holds the phone up to the, like, because we can't go into our son's room because he's sleeping, and that's where the piano is, so next time I'll get it. But you see, pulls it up on YouTube. I wonder if anybody's uploaded the Fisher-Price you know, EP to YouTube, and sure enough they have. And it's like, listen to this! And it's just so funny to me. You hear those ska chords? You hear those trumpets? And I'm like, yeah, Jacob, I do. It's so funny to me. Okay, and then I believe I do want to put, they are very wholesome parents. I feel like, you know, if there's some kind of motherly instinct that exists in AFAB people, which I don't know if there is or not, I certainly get my fill of that with Ash. So this is my baby that I raised myself, and I love him, and I raised him from a tiny baby who you could hold in your 2 hands because I got him when he was 9 weeks old. And now he's a healthy, still small but bigger small boy who has never had to go through any strife, and I want to stay that way. I want him to be able to trust. Rice cooker! Whoa, okay. Flung this thing off my finger. That emote is very good. Could be the toxoplasmosis. Also just because Ash looks at me like, according, you know, direct quote from my mother, he looks at you like you're the sun and the moon. I'm like, he does. Yay, mother! The kid's cousins had some toys with jams. Cousins, kids. Kid cousins. I don't know what you're saying. Hi Bake. We're talking about how Jacob and Julia are very, like, wholesomely entertaining as parents. Here's the other thing, is that Ralph say it becomes difficult to give him a chin that makes sense. Because there's not a whole lot of room under his giant schnoz. And also because there's so much going on in his head, I end up kind of holding him like this, and it ends up squishing it in, so I need to, like, make sure that I get this right. Just because I'm extremely hyperactive today, thanks to, our friend Johnny 5-Hour Energy, doesn't mean that I should rush my work. It means that I should do a good job. My cousin's kids and my kids' cousins because they're kids to- yeah. I don't know. It is funny because it's like, you think of your kid cousins as kids forever, like, even if they're well and truly adults. Like, my youngest cousin is 8 years younger than me, which is the same age difference between me and Laz. And it's like, okay, well, that cousin isn't a child, because Laz isn't a child, you know, but it's like, I'm still like, ha ha ha, you're my baby cousin. Sometimes I go to the diner that he works at just to annoy him. So yeah, don't you have your little man bun that chefs have? Aw. This little, well, no, we'll that'll be fine when I just add the other stuff on top of it. Now, okay, we're back into how did I do this before? This is the 7 p.m. music for New Leaf. This is the best hourly music in New Leaf. This was one of those where, like, I heard this in a game and I went, yeah, man. Like, that, and I just got the cafe, and I heard the do 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 music, and I was like, yeah, man! Music's good! Especially because it's been the same since Wild World, and Wild World was well, I had all of them, but, like, one of those, like, I also played every generation of Pokemon when it came out, but, like, Gen 3 is the most important to me because I played it when I was 10, and, like, Wild World is the, like, most nostalgic to me because I played it when I was also about the same age. Little older, right? DS is later than Game Boy Advance. It's about the size we're doing. I'll add more onto this. I just wanted to see if I could get the size right. Peak was good. I still need to, like, get better at Peak. I think the issue I was having when I've played it, like, a total of one time, is that I was having trouble with, like, the running jump. It just felt not very secure to me. So I was, like, afraid to do it, but I think you need to. We just left him with a weird little tongue on his head and didn't make it a nice cone. Yeah, no, Tenderfoot, here's the thing about Peak. Here's the thing about Peak. Here's the fucking thing about Peak, is that I think that they overtuned the difficulty because they, weren't taking into account the fact that this is the kind of game that you want to actually do well on. It's similar to Content Warning, Lethal Company, etc. However, in those games, dying is just sort of a slap on the wrist. You can just kind of start over again and it's fine. And it's also like, you know, meet quota or whatever. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, failure is still funny, but it's more punishing because, like, somebody has to make it up to the top so that you can keep playing the video game. And I think on, like, on a sort of primal human level, you see a mountain and you see that there's a peak at the top of it, and the game is called Peak, and you want to make it to the top of the damn peak. And if you don't make it up there, then you feel like you failed. So I think that the difficulty for the regular one is overtuned to get more funny deaths out of it. And I'm like, I like funny deaths. I just think that it shouldn't be so punishing. But everything else about that game is so very polished. Like, you can tell that, like, Landfall, particularly, because it's Landfall and Aggro Crab. And Aggro Crab made Another Crab's Treasure, among other things, and Landfall has made Content Warning, they made Totally Accurate Battlegrounds, Repo wasn't them, what else did they do? They did a bunch of stuff, but a lot of those types of games. So, like, they know how to do this by now. I think that the Lethal Company Phasmophobia type of streamer bait multiplayer, silly multiplayer game that you talk over is reaching a more refined status. Where we still have kind of funny ones that only are funny and relevant for a little bit of time, but some of them have more staying power. And I'm not sure if Peak is going to stay around forever. I kind of doubt it, because none of them stay around forever. But I think that it is a very good step in the right direction and will stay relevant for longer than some other ones have. Yeah, they're rolling out more updates. They've done some really smart things, like making the island change every day. Not every time, but every day. So you can get good at it, but then you also don't, like, find the path and then just go on that path. Character designs are cool. Items are sort of, like, easy to figure out. The comedic timing is very good. Making your microphone cut out when you fall unconscious, but then come back when you die is very funny. Because then, you know, people have to be like, huh, what do I do? Can I save you? And then, like, if they save you, great. But, like, then if you die, you can show up as a ghost and be like, so, you know. Any of these characters with hats like this always look like a weird little garden gnome until I flush it out. I've made a surprising amount of characters with conical hats. I guess wizard hats more. Oh yeah, go ahead. I would love to see a screenshot. There is a very funny clip of, it was me and Laz and Juno and Ghost playing Peeps from like a month or two ago. I probably won't be able to find it right now. Yes, it is about Over the Garden Wall season. It is almost time to watch very good miniseries. When did that come out? That was like 10-ish years ago, maybe? 2013, I want to say. Anyway, it's good. That was one of those that was cool because you're kind of like, everybody kind of discovered it together. So neat. Did Aardman work on it? Face down, lying in the lava with both wizards and just looking down there like, you know, I'm just not exactly sure what to do about this. Just a little tribute, aw. Aardman making a Pokemon thing is going to be fantastic, by the way. That was like 1 or 2 Nintendo Directs ago. That'll work, and then let's make another one. Very excited. I'm also very excited. I need to watch the new season of Pokemon Concierge because that's one where any characters that are fluffy use they're all 3D model, but they look like they're needle felted. Delightful. Here, let me open image in new tab and then use my cool powers to not go to Pixiv, to go here and go here and do this and see if this works now because I believe I fixed it. What the fuck ever? I'll fix it later. Thought I fixed it. Arvin thing. Favorite peak moment was when Nathan and Jacob were trying to work out where Karina was, and exactly on cue she plunges past them screaming, "Oh, yeah." I will put that on my watch later. This action is turned off for content made for kids. Well, what the hell ever, man. I didn't want to watch your stupid video anyway. I'll find it later. What are we doing? We're working on Ralsei. That's what we're doing. They made the characters look like wood is very good. Wood is very good. I know what you meant, but I think it's funny to misinterpret what you said. But yeah, the Pokemon Concierge stuff, a lot of the Pokemon that have like fur and stuff are 3D models made to look like needle felt creatures. Very good. No, it's okay. I feel like being on the internet or, like, you know, talking to somebody who texts in kind of a weird way, you have to, like, develop a sense for, this is what they were trying to say. And I've interpreted many more difficult things than that. And then you have people like my mom who will correct themselves on grammar and then insist that I knew exactly what I was doing. It was just autocorrect's fault. And I'm like, it's okay, Mom. Oh. What do we got? Stardew Valley OST. Okay, we just kind of went randomly to that. That works. Stardew Valley is so up my alley conceptually, but for some reason I just can't get into it. It was like it like had so much complexity in a way I thought was overwhelming, I think. Because I tried to play it on like a friend's file, like let's do a farm together, and then it was like, and here's where I keep all of my wines, and here's where I keep all of this stuff, and I'm just like, I've seen episodes and bits and pieces, but never all the way through. Well, luckily it's not very long, so you can... We should do a watch of that. I really liked watching Sisters with Transistors. That was a thing that Mal did a watch party for. That's the sort of like women who helped pioneer electronic music, and I've been like telling everybody who will listen about it. And I told my mom, who used to be a music publicist and would love that shit, to be like, hey, watch it. Like, I'm not really into electronic music, but, like, learning about this stuff is rad. Okay, and now... He looks so silly like this. Without this sort of brim. Yeah, no, it was very fun. Alright, what are we doing? What we are doing is... This is where we cover everything in black, pretty much. Although I think before that, I'm going to cut out the, this will be used for covering these. Probably so will this. Let's just cut these out before we forget about it. I believe what I did for the hat brim was I just made a long strip and I kind of put it around. I think that's what I did. Yes, like this. Probably just that without pins. Well, it's happening now, so I might as well do it, yeah. Ambient music, nice. Fine. Sometimes I have to check because I don't always make the arms the same length. Sometimes they get longer than they should. And then we use the scraps to kind of... I saw a bunch of folks in call. I don't think I'm part of the Blanket Fort one. I'm not sure whose that is. Part of a lot of Discords, though. Like, sometimes it's too much to keep up with, because it's like 6 Discords that are all the same people, but I do want to see all of those same people. There. Goes to here. That uses up more. Yeah. I watch a little bit. I don't. Not that I don't like them. They are great. Hours in I like to stream my music because I'll make a record of my accidents I'd maybe like to turn into a finished song later. Yeah, making music is one of those things that, like, I've always been able to sing, I played trumpet in school, that sort of thing, but, like, sort of making music, I never was really able to do. Yeah, it's helpful because it's one Discord for 4 people. Yeah, the one for Juno, Servina, and Eli. That one's also helpful to be like, okay, not a Discord for every single person. Talking about you. Think you're cool. Water noises! They make me want to pee. Let's not do that. I need... What do I need? Oh. Okay, I know what we can do. We can listen to my anime/video game buffs playlist, but if we hit an anime song, we will skip it. And I know that we will hit an anime song. Anyway, here's Pepper Steak. Yeah, I do not envy Toby Fox, etc., making new music for this game, because he, like, has gone on record being like, this is a great honor, but also I'm a little scared because I don't want to be like, here's the new replacement music. Like, I think it's good, but I don't, you know, I'm the first one to say I can't replace your memories. And I think everybody's response was mostly, because you can still play the original off for free on itch, is neat. 2 off soundtracks. It's like, yeah. Alright, so we have that, we have this, and here's the thing to remember, is that Chapter 1 Rouse has green sleeves, and after that he has black sleeves. This is something that I forgot when I originally made this, and then I just had to keep the other black sleeves for another time that I made him. So he has green sleeves. I went to a very chill electronic music show Saturday that was in an art installation house. Ooh, set up in a different room. Crazy synth setups were complicated. Started in the kitchen, moved to the office, and up to a bedroom, into the study. Ooh. What I do to stim, by the way. I'm not I'm not autistic, parentheses, until/unless the person that I'm talking to, who is a licensed clinical psychologist, tells me that I am. Because I'm like, I'm at the I don't know, man kind of level of I can't decide whether I am or not. And I kind of don't have, like, the talking points to... Because I was talking to my mom the other day about it, because my sibling is, like, quite high needs autistic, so it's like, well, I'm not that, therefore I'm not autistic. And, you know, that kind of mentality. What am I doing? I'm doing this. I'm doing this. That's what I'm doing. So I'm like, okay, well, I want to get like an actual evaluation, and I've had the sort of first appointment of 3 so far, where I was like, She was like, you know, in the nicest possible way, like, hey, tell me about why you're getting this evaluation / tell me about your trauma. And I'm like, okay, I recognize that I need to do this. Doesn't make it any easier. Need to make sure to put this like in the middle of the chest because this goes up higher than you think it does. Goes about here. So, you know, I get off of the video call with her and I go lay down on my bed and I go, ugh! Because I'm also a crybaby, so it's like hard for me not to get emotional talking about stuff like that. Is it after this one that we have an anime song? No, it's after Hammer of Justice. We have the second opening for Spy Family, which I think rules, but it would also get me DMCA. Also, I was at Barnes & Noble earlier. Had a delightful time going through the manga and the cookbooks, because special interest activated cooking and special interest activated manga were very much present there. I was also taking pictures of the cookbooks that I wanted to use for the eventual, hopefully, second Ghost PowerPoint presentation stream, because I'm already planning my cooking presentation for that, and which cookbooks to recommend for different levels of comfortability with the kitchen. And now I can actually recommend one of them that I wasn't going to recommend before, because the 20th anniversary edition has all kinds of nice big pictures in it. And I was like, because it looks a little bit like a textbook otherwise, but now it's all pretty and nice. It's Marvel, baby! Also, I got this, the Delicious in Dungeon World Guide, which I didn't think it was published in English. And I don't think it was before. I think, when did this? Ooh, neat. But I've read it all, online because it was only in Japanese before. But the author has just put so much work into this world. I love it so much. And there's all of this promotional art and all of this cool stuff. Yeah, so it's all the copyright information on books that are right to left is still here. It's still like in the inside cover of this part. So when was it? First Yen Press Edition, July 2025. That's why I hadn't seen it in English before, because when I was the manga and light novel editor of Honey's Anime back before I got laid off and started needle felting, I knew all the stuff that was coming out. Basically, if you want to know about any manga, light novel, or anime that was published or aired between 2017 and halfway through 2023, I know it, because I wrote a lot of articles and did a bunch of other stuff. And then they laid me off! It wasn't anybody's fault. They had to lay the whole writing team off because we lost an important sponsor, because the important sponsor was headed up by a person who was in the hospital for some kind of medical emergency, and then the other people at his company were like, what if we shuttered your cool project that you know, is your baby, because we suck. And then going down the line means that all these people have to get laid off. Feltwork looks at Kinokuniya for making Pokemon and movements and other cute things. Yeah, I'm really happy that they're more like felting books. It's a little bit difficult to do a tutorial for it because, again, it's like sculpting. It's sort of like, it's not really like follow these steps and it'll work. It's like, do kind of this sort of thing and it'll work, trust me. A lot of beginning felting kits don't really like set you up for success. A lot of knitting patterns. The only Kinokuniya that I've been to is the one in New York City, which I've been to New York a few times. Oh, hi! Hi, Camille. What are we doing? We have ads coming up in about 3 minutes. Right, so we have the hands, we have this whole area, and we have the legs up to here. This Ralsei, unfortunately, does not get modesty shorts because he already has, like, black fur in this instance, so he doesn't really need it. But most of the time when a character wears a skirt, a dress, robe, etc., they get modesty shorts because don't be horny about it. Or, like, be horny about it, it's okay, but I'm not gonna, like, you know, make it any easier for you to be horny about it. And by near, I mean 45-minute drive, yeah. Windy mountain highway. Yeah, no, I get carsick too. I get carsick if I have to, like, if I'm not the one driving and I don't look out the window. Like, if I'm on my phone or something and I have to not be on my phone. Make a sphere, make it Bulbasaur shaped. Done! Anyway, the third Sanctuary is, like, one of the coolest pieces of music that I've heard. I made the outlines of my new images white. Yeah, shit like that. It always happens. Also, I love that. They're playing little instruments. Very good. Tiny little mage dudes. I have to do a lot of, like, making these characters do the splits so that I can make sure that the full range of motion is covered here. Dutra, and Dutaga. Alright, ads will start very soon. I will continue to be working on Ralsei here. I think Effie went back to sleep. And we'll put Ralsei here. He just wanted to say hello. It's much easier to understand felting in video, and your streams are informative at Cozy. Oh, thanks! Hey. Hey, Mr. Ralsei? Hey, Mr. Ralsei. Please wear your glasses, honey. Thank you. Me with my one butt cheek out. 11 ash kisses. Oh, thank you! Is that gonna show up the... You should! Well, you should get your ash picture. Why is that not working? Well, I'm gonna pull one up then. Why is my everything not working? All of my folders within folders within folders. Here. This is when I made him a little Jotaro hat. and he wasn't very happy about it. It now lives on my little Rowlet plush that I have. Very good. I will also show it after the ad break. That's a note I'm gonna have to be like, check the mix it up commands and see that they're actually working, please. Because the Ash Kisses is a mix it up command. I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. I can always just do it manually. That's one where I would have gotten stabbed if I hadn't been wearing my safety gear. I love that FF7 just, like, has prog rock in it. Also, apparently, FF7 is gonna be on Switch? Question mark? Like the original one? Switch 2? Oh yeah, so Nintendo finally is gonna make me get a Switch 2 because they're releasing a Fire Emblem on it. Original one already was? Okay. I don't know, I need to, like, find an excuse to, like, actually play FF7. How's it going? Hi, Dr. Manatee. Welcome. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Here's the redeemed picture of Ash. Because, yes, when the Moobot command is working, you can get a picture of Ash for 100 bits and a video for 300 bits, which today, if you want to do that, I will just do it manually. But I made a Jotaro hat for him, and he wasn't very happy about it. He wasn't happy about it because it had, like, a little hair tie for the sort of neck part, and I think he thought it was too tight. So I'm like, okay, puppy, I will simply take a picture, and then I will take it off of you, and then it lives on my Rowlet plush, which I'll go get. 1 second. Ash is passed the fuck out. Here we go. Yeah, it had this sort of thing. This is made of craft foam, by the way. And then we also have one of, like, the lovesick $10 doodles for Palestine. I got one of these, and then I liked it, and I printed it out. So I have this just, like, on my bookshelf. Just of Never Talk to Me or My Son Again. I have several Never Talk to Me or My Son Agains. Of, like, a figure and a smaller figure that looks like that. Mini Moog on it and realized Nobu Uematsu totally yoinked the intro of the Doors' Strange Gaze for the final fight with Seymour and FF10. Very cool. You said another thing. You said another thing. You said another thing. Nobu was a huge prog rock fan. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Rush, The Doors, yes, etc. Yeah, no, for sure. Alright, well, what is after Kurakura? And then after that, we have Turtles in Time, a bunch of Deltarune music, some Mario Kart World, some Ace Attorney, some Metal Gear, some Look Outside. Okay, we're good. And then we don't get to another anime song for quite a while. Okay. Yeah, that'll be fine. This is my, like, in the car playlist. Because I'm like, I need energy because we're working. We're working today. We're working until either 7 o'clock or 8:30. Because I wanted to go until Drawfee starts, which I normally do. Okay, okay. Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. That's an anime song. That's an anime song. There we go. So loud, my goodness. If that's too loud, I'll turn it down for you guys as well. I just turned it down for myself. But since I can't hear it from your end, I'd like to mess with the volume as little as possible. But if it's like way too loud, just let me know. I put this on here because I'm like, the Tenna boss fight theme sounds extremely TMNT4 to me. And I was like, I know that! Smidge lower, cool. Any Billy Hatcher? Copyright, yeah. Just don't do it. Just don't do anime openings or endings. I don't want to get a strike on my channel. Yeah, because it uses a lot of the... TV Time uses a lot of the same instruments. It's very cool. But this is a very famous song from a SNES, arcade, both. I'm not sure. Game called TMNT4 Turtles in Time. The beat 'em up. But yeah, that kind of like weird Mario Paint bark noise. Yeah. Yeah, we do not have Billy Hatcher on here, but I could put Billy Hatcher on here. Okay, cover this up. Just try really hard to not get a lot of this kind of white poking through, because that's the polyfill poking through from the other side, which on solid black looks really conspicuous. Sorry I'm stabbing you in the crotch so much, Ralsei. Ash is absolutely very tired and wants to chill, so we will let him chill. I hope that this doesn't get claimed. It's from a game called Mindwave that's kind of a WarioWare that has sort of like a Invader Zim kind of art style. It's very cool. But yeah, he is tired. I can't, like, take a picture, because, again, my phone is the camera, so I can't exactly do that. You know, Mindwave is wild. I don't think it's come out yet, but it's been sort of in, like, demo, like, state for quite a while. Pet the dog. Or pet. No, pet I'll say. Now this is occasionally kind of difficult, is getting the wool around like toes like this, these kinds of things, without having it sort of like fall off to the other side, to each side. So you need to like make really, really sure that it's like stabbed down and stays in place, because it naturally kind of doesn't want to on a surface like that. That's for later. Yeah, structural integrity is really important for any kind of complicated needle felt piece, not because it's going to fall apart, but because it's going to lose its shape. Which is also why I use polyfill. Because it gives you a much denser base to work from. And it's cheaper than core wool anyway. Which it's still, you know, I guess it's not quite as squishy or plush, but it's still very soft. And anyway, you don't, for something like this, you don't want it to be like too squishy because it just won't have a shape to it. Be a sad place. See it shining. This is a very good driving song. I fucking love the Jack and Stein fight. It's so good. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, exclamation point kit, well, it'll give you, well, you're British, so it'll be fine. You currently can't get Heidi Feather's stuff to the US right now for tariff reasons, which I'm not particularly happy about. But I do have another supplier that I can get in the meantime. And at the moment, I'm still using Heidi Feather's stuff. It's just if I run out of something. But the kit that they have on Amazon, Amazon or their site, I believe I linked to their site, is what I used to get started, and I think that it is quite good. It doesn't show you how to use polyfill like this, but it does give you a lot of like good quality wool to start with. There you go. Yeah, that. But also, like, if you're making something small, it matters less for it to be polyfill. Because especially if you're making stuff for the first time, you don't want to try to make something too complicated. Not because it's, not because I don't believe in you, but because it would just, make your life easier if you only had to focus on a few things at a time. It's sort of like when people start baking, and this has happened to multiple people that I have talked to, is they start baking and they're like, I'm going to make macarons. And I'm like, why? Macarons are so hard. To the point where I haven't made them because you can buy them, very, very nice ones. And it's, you know, the dough is so annoying and so temperamental, and you have to follow the instructions so closely, that it's like, it's just, you're not setting yourself up for success if you start making something that's really hard, and you're gonna think that you're bad at it. And it's like, you don't want to get discouraged by something like that. It's best to start small with new ones so you can find your skill level. Yeah, like, hi, honey. Are you back? Do you want to come up? You can come up. Good. Here you go. Hi. Hi, my sweet. No, don't make a loaf of bread. Make quick bread or something. Yeast bread is also very hard. Okay, now for all of those pets that were redeemed. Yes, hello. Yeah, macarons are for a screw you week on Bake Off. They're also for I feel like having a project and saying that I can do it. Yeah, make a quick bread, which is like the kind that doesn't use yeast and is essentially a cake, like a banana bread. Banana bread would be a really good first one. Any kind of cake, any kind of like cookies, drop cookies, which is, you know, the kind that you scoop out and drop on a baking sheet. There are many good recipes for baking and for cooking that are good beginner recipes that don't have too many ingredients. The dough isn't fussy. You can just make it and it'll be perfectly fine if you follow the directions. Banana bread is very good. Also, off topic, thing that I really like about this song is the part here where it brings up sort of that crunchy layers of crunchiness and riding up to a point, and then it does the like unison part, and then brings in not the same melody but the same instrumentation of under the surface, that sort of like mania that Tenna has. That it's like, okay, we're getting more and more and more and more and more stressed, and then now I have my like personality, my like stage personality, but actually I can't keep it up forever. Like it's very cool. I like the way they do it. Also, my partner is a big fan of Ian Brutalmoose. And here's the thing about Ian Brutalmoose. He's great. He does a lot of food content. And I can't normally watch cooking from people who aren't really, really good cooks because I get tilted. And I got so fucking tilted. I'm like, no, follow the directions, please. They're right there. No. Why didn't this turn out the way that it looks in the picture? Because he didn't follow the directions. And the thing that killed me is that sometimes he's using like nice, expensive ingredients, like Guittard, which is Guittard. It's the most expensive chocolate brand that you can buy in like a regular store. It's the kind of thing that like chocolatiers use. I don't even buy Guittard. I buy Ghirardelli, which is nice real chocolate that is only like $1 more expensive than the cheaper kind. Okay, bye. Are you just kind of feeling... Are you just realizing that you're really tired and you want to go lay down? I think Ash is feeling like, I want to hang out with mommy, but I'm just kind of too tired. I get it, bud. It's okay. He'll be back to normal. He just did a lot of traveling. Traveling and being around people, and now he's tired. But Mr. Ian Brutalmoose takes the Guittard chocolate that is, by the way, twice as expensive as Ghirardelli. So like Nestle, which is hard to avoid, I know, but like you can avoid it if, you know. It's one of those things that's like hard to boycott because it's everywhere. But Nestle chocolate chips is this is like my favorite Mario Kart World song. And I'm like, what the fuck? They got the voice box going on? It's rules. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. What was I talking about? I was talking about a lot of things at once. That was the problem. Chocolate chips! Thank you! Was that Nestle is like $4.50 or so, $4.50. And then Ghirardelli chocolate chips, we're talking like semi-sweet chocolate chips, is significantly better quality and is about $1 more expensive. And is not, you know, a Garbo company. Guittard is like $12.60 or so. Like, it is significantly more expensive. And this man, this quirked up white boy, puts it in the microwave for 4 minutes on high without stirring it the entire time. And somehow he managed to not scorch it, because I think the bowl that he used was pulling heroic duty to make it not scorch. He had like a really, really good microwave safe bowl, because I'm like, you're gonna scorch it, honey, you're gonna scorch it. You can't fucking do that. You cannot do that. My man, you can't do that. Because what happens is if you don't stir it, if you don't stir chocolate, it gets hot spots and it will scorch. And then it will be burned, and then you can't use it, and then you wasted $13. And it's like, yeah. And so normally what you're supposed to do is put it in the microwave for like 30 seconds and then stir it, even if it doesn't look like it's melted yet. And then you put it back in for another 30 seconds and then you stir it. And normally, even for a full bag of chocolate chips, this takes like 2 minutes max. So 4 minutes. It's like, no, you have to stop. You can't do this to me, please, for the love of God. And it's like, wow, it turned out great. And I'm like, you came out lucky with that one, bud. The other thing was that he could not figure out how to use the beautiful KitchenAid stand mixer that he doesn't deserve, because KitchenAid stand mixers are like $400, and I know this because it's important that if you have a KitchenAid stand mixer, you either got it as a wedding gift, or you have rich parents and they got it for you, or you like traded up for it with your old one, which I did when I lived in Boston, and I had to carry a KitchenAid stand mixer on the subway twice in like 2 days. And mine isn't even a pretty color. Mine is gray, but I use it all the fucking time. And this MFer, I think Ian Brutal Moose is great, by the way. I think that he's great. I think that he's wonderful. I just think that he does not know, I think that he just does not know what he has. And here's the thing about the KitchenAid stand mixer is he could not figure out how to take the paddle on and off. And he's like, I'm trying to pull it off here. What do I do? What do I do? And he's standing there and he's trying to, and I'm like, push it in, push it in. You can see it. You can see on the side. You can see that thing where it goes to the side, and you push it. You push it in, and then you push it. And he's like, you push it. And I'm like, yeah, you do. You do push it. And I'm like, And then he, of course, is holding down the top of it because he doesn't realize that there's a locking mechanism on the other side, which looks exactly like the other side, which is the amount that you turn it up. So you don't have to hold it down. You can lock it. You can lock it. You can. Hey, Ian Brutal Moose, you don't have to do this. You can lock it. I'm gonna lose my mind. I was getting so fucking tilted. I was like laying on the ground, like, no, please. And he's like, what if I put in all of this powdered sugar at once and then mixed it at a higher speed than you should? And I'm like, no. And then of course he makes a mess. This was avoidable. This was avoidable. You know that this was avoidable. This was an avoidable situation that you put yourself into. Recently, I grew up whisking by hand manual. Here's the other thing, is he tried to make whipped cream, and he was like sitting there with the cream and the whisk going, this is taking a really long time. And I went, Yeah, it is. It sure is taking a long time. Do you know why it's taking a long time? Because you're not putting enough oomph into it. Here's the thing about whipped cream. You know, before we had electric mixers, you had to take the whisk in one hand, you had to hold the bowl in the other hand, and you had to go like this, like extremely fast for like 30 solid minutes. And like you would wear your shoulder out. And then he's like, why is it not working? I'm like, cause you need to whip air into it. That's why it's whipped. It's whipped cream. And then he over whipped it in the end, and it looked all chunky, and I'm like, no, 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 please stop, stop. And of course he made a mess, and of course I'm just like, it's fine. It's so fine. It's so fine. It's fine. Like, why does this man have a nice kitchen? He has a bigger kitchen than I do. Yeah. This is how I feel. Fucking you in solidarity. My partner's like, we don't have to watch this if it's like actually making you mad. I'm like, you see, it is making me mad, but I'm watching it, so we're watching it. I'm like, this is why I can't watch somebody cook on YouTube unless they're like an expert. Because I just go, no, please stop, no, but a little bit more of a heel here. This is like the newer arranged stuff for the re-release of Ace Attorney Investigation. Oh yeah, Tasting History. He's great. B. Dylan Hollis could eat my entire asshole though. I hate that guy. This terrible white boy traumatized you. It's okay. He's a terrible gay white boy, so like, you know, we gotta look out for each other. But just like, whenever somebody's like, it didn't turn out the way it looks in the picture, I wonder why. And I'm like, yeah, I wonder why. Maybe it's because you didn't follow any of the instructions. He was trying to make a milkshake and was using like a NutriBullet blender, which is not very big. And he's like, well, it calls for 3 cups of ice cream. But we're just gonna put a few scoops in there and see how that works out. And I'm like, well, that's not 3 cups. That's a few scoops. That's like a cup and a half, buddy. And then he tries, he's like, I wonder why it's not thick enough. It just seems like it's not thick enough. And I'm like, because the ice, you need the ice cream. It's ice cream and milk. That's what a milkshake is. You need the ice cream. Honey, please put more ice cream in it. I think I'm gonna put more Twinkies in it because it was like a thing that used a Twinkie to like thicken up a milkshake, which is also not really how you thicken up a milkshake. And I was like, you could put more. You could follow the instructions. You could follow them. They're right there. Send me to an early grave, being Brutal Moose. The $12 chocolate chips in the microwave on high for 4 minutes without stirring is like, like I was almost offended at that. I was like, don't waste that. That chocolate's really good chocolate. And he's like, this chocolate's like very rich and very dark. I'm like, yeah, because it's expensive chocolate. Anyway, that's what I was doing yesterday. Just going, honey, please don't. But if you just look at the thing. fine. It's so fine. It's so fine, and it's fine that you didn't follow the instructions. Yes, you may. I have been getting, I'm not going to apologize for the weird for the weird energy of this stream, because I kind of put it up front. I said I had a 5-hour energy and we have commissions to do. That's what's happening today. My Faustian bargain with the energy drink gods is absolutely going to, like, fall on me later. If you're watching Drawfee later, they're doing a Gardic phone. I hope weird parentheses positive, at least. If you're watching that later, I will also be watching it, and I will be laying on the couch like a potato going, wow, I did a lot today. Because I got up, I went to Barnes & Noble, and then I drove 2 hours back to my house, and then started stream. Okay, fine. That would be maybe a fun, like, if I were to do like a charity stream at some point, that could be a fun thing to do. There's a real feral joy to it. Making some foogies for myself. The auto tube, Scrungle type avatar. That's very good. That's very, very good. Again, I can't... Well... We're just doing this manually today, so... No, it's not a... No, it's not a local... Whatever. But yes, that is very, very cool, and I like it a lot. I think it would also be funny if you made it kind of like... Because a thing you can do, I think, in Viato too, which I did check, it is pronounced Viato, because it's Portuguese, I believe Portuguese, for like a young deer, and that's also slang for like a twink. Also, here's your daily reminder to play Look Outside if you like RPG Maker games and horror games in Canada, because it's set in Quebec. Jacob and Julia played it once. But I know it from another streamer, but it's very, very cool. Still making Ral say, Cinderace. Yeah, it kind of looks like Cinderace a little bit. But I just like the soundtrack a lot because it feels like an 80s slasher movie, kinda. Maximum shaky. Yeah, just not maximum, because... Well, you don't necessarily need to take advice from me, but I kind of am of the opinion that distracting movement is too much, especially for Foogies. PNG tubers in general. I just think too much movement, or... it depends. It totally depends. Like, if it's really fast, it could be hard to look at, but if it, like, shakes some... What you might do is sort of like try a couple different things and kind of run it past other people. I would be happy to help. Just in a readability standpoint, and in a like, this is like distracting and or difficult or exhausting to look at for a while. I know Spam has like worse motion sickness than I do, but like I definitely get motion sick. There we go. Not working now. But yeah, if I do a charity stream of some kind in the future, it could be fun to like make me watch one of actually that could be a fun like bit redeem or channel point redeem, in the sense of like Onsta's Let's Watch a Sausage video is loud. Is make me watch a Brutal Moose cooking video and get tilted about it. Like, well, I would think that if I'm doing YouTube, I would not want it to be a regular thing because I would have to be careful of, well, but Onsta doesn't, I think, get, I don't think she gets copyright claimed for the sausage videos. I don't know, I'd have to look into that. Certain shaky things mess with my eyes, yeah. I tend to think that, like, really, this is obviously personal preference, but, I sort of purposefully made my stream layout pretty minimal and not have, like, moving things except for, you know, chat captions, VTuber videos. Like, the stars in the back don't move. There aren't, like, little guys walking around on screen. I think that's distracting, and I think that it, like, kind of makes the stream hard to look at. So I tend to like more minimalist, stream interfaces. But, you know, that's up to personal preference, but I do think that it's good practice to, like, not have so many moving things that it becomes, like, difficult to look at, or, like, really overstimulating to look at. I'm also not the expert. But just sort of in my personal, well, the kind of stuff that I enjoy looking at. Learn about cooking from you secondhand as you complain about it. I've been trying to figure out if I want to do, like, a cooking stream or whatever sometime. I would have to, like, figure out the camera setup and whether or not I want you to be able to see my face or not. That's a hard maybe. But, like, you'd want to have a 2-camera set. I have thought about this, by the way. Yeah, we're gonna yell dead cell this shit. Is that you would want to have a 2-camera setup where it's like... I would also probably want to have an induction cooker. Most cam streams have less excess on the overlay, yeah. When it's not, like, a game. Because, like, there's just kind of a lot going on. Like, my hands are moving a lot, Ash is usually over here, you know. There's kind of a lot of movement going on anyway, so if there was extra movement, I think it would kind of make your eyes start spinning a little bit. Also, like, I may get a more involved VTuber in the future. But the other thing is that I don't know if it would work super well because my laptop is over here. And I also cover up the webcam on purpose because if that camera, if one of these things fails, it can accidentally go to the front camera and you would just, like, see my face. And again, it's not the end of the world, but I'd, like, prefer not to do that by accident. So since that requires facial tracking, I may just stick with a PNG tuber for my own. I have to do a lot of stuff to, like, mitigate anxiety, and that seems like it would be a source of anxiety for no reason. Like, having to be vigilant about something all the time, more than I already am, for streams, would, I think, that's probably one of those, like, know thyself moments of, like, would this be cool? Yes. Would it be worth it to have to be worried all the time about something failing? I don't know. Too many moving parts to think about makes it hard to plan. Stream overlay, definitely going more minimal. Not entirely sure on what extra things I want to add. You can also start out very, like, you know, well, what I did was I spent, like, 2 solid months learning OBS, learning the amount of stuff that I, like, here's all the programs I need, bugging people like Tiefling Fen and the, like, techie stuff section of the Juno Eli Servina chord to be like, help me, I don't know what I'm doing. So that once I did start streaming, I could be like, okay, I basically know what I'm doing. Hi, Cockles, welcome in. We're working on a Ralsei. Because it's a Monday and we have commissions to do. Because I'm gonna say working girl, that's not correct. Working NB, but not that kind. Seinfeld aside, not that there's anything wrong with that. Which was used for gay people, but I think it's probably useful for sex workers as well. And it's like, not personally my bag, but not that there's anything wrong with that. More look outside. These are like not sorted at all. I did spend like a very fun October once when I was in a horror-themed improv show, back when I did improv. Watching a bunch of old horror movies for research purposes. And we would have like movie nights. It was very fun. So I got to see like Saw and Poltergeist and some of those like not Saw. I don't want to see Saw. It was Scream. Scream was very fun. I'm not really here for like gore porn stuff. Like I just don't love that. I like psychological horror movies and silly horror movies. I don't like, you know, extreme gore stuff. Unless it's worth it, and worth it, I consider like Hereditary and Midsommar, and then like Parasite. Brain was on low power, yeah. It's so okay. I'm not a girl, and I'm not a working girl either. Sometimes you misgender yourself. Yeah, that part of the playground is pretty mid. Renico sit. Sitting emotes are very good for, like, saying a joke that you know was dumb, but you wanted to say it anyway. I enjoy that. I also like using Bar Presto for, like, as an upside-down smiley face, kind of. Like, haha, I'm doing so well! I think that emotes are a delightful form of expression, and I'm glad that we've invented them. Yeah, it is very I'm just a little guy, Your Honor. Shock horror, yeah. I'm just like, I don't really want to see Carrie Elwes, like, saw his leg off. I'm not really here for that. I do want to see Carrie Elwes, though. He is great. He's the guy in the first Saw, and more famously, The Princess Bride. Another movie I really want to rewatch. To run to the pharmacy. Happy pharmacy. Happy hope it's not super crowded. I love working from home because I get to go to the store at like 11 a.m. and it's just me and the old people and the stay-at-home moms. And then sometimes I have to go to the produce section on a Saturday at noon and I have a panic attack. Princess Bride watch party, that would be fun, yeah. Kung Pao would also be fun. I have that movie That's one of the ones that I, like, purchased on Amazon Prime. God, Kung Pao is stupid. That's where we trained him wrong as a joke comes from. Psychological edge, yeah. So this is the final boss music of Look Outside, but the previous one was called Ride to Hell, and it's about being in a monster car that takes you to literal hell. So you have to fight your way out of it before it takes you to hell. It rules. I didn't make these feet very big. I mean, it's fine, but I didn't make them very long. But he also doesn't have, like, long human feet. He has, like, little paws. I made her Night Owl and got that thing where it's hard to start the tasks, so, like, don't leave after a while. I want it, yeah. That can be... here. The kind of fun thing about the monsters in Look Outside is that they're all just normal people who looked outside at the eldritch being that's out there and turned into some kind of monster. But some of them still retain their humanity, and they just, you know, a lot of them just kind of don't know what to do with themselves. There's one who turned into a vending machine, and it's like, how are you doing? Oh, I don't know. I've never been a vending machine before. It's like, I don't know either. How do we feel about that? That's good, and then we want to do... take a little drinky. Do this, as well as the, you know, the thumbs. I will likely... well, if we keep going, I might be able to finish this today. Do on Wednesday, and then I have to do Hornet. And then I can work on Stibble. Then, if I don't get any orders after that, I can work on the Flea from Silksong. I guess I just have to be like, okay, if I have a bunch of orders, this channel turns into I need to work on orders, because it's okay if I, like, don't do new stuff. I just try to do new stuff? I don't know. It's very much a, I want to be a good streamer! But also, like, you know, it's fine. You're here for the vibes. Not for constantly novel content. Also because I don't know. I don't think I could keep that up, you know? I'm predicting that this holiday season may get a little crazy. You know, I hope so, anyway. Because the holiday season is always when I get the most orders, naturally. And since I have become more popular through my own blood, sweat, and tears, thank you very much, I predict that I will be getting orders. Because the other thing is that you don't necessarily... Advertising is not to get immediate orders, necessarily. It's to get your name and your store in the consciousness of buyers, so that when they start thinking, okay, well, what should I get as a present for someone? Bernie Outy... Yeah, no, well... It didn't start feeling Bernie Outy. It was like a month or so ago, I was like, okay, let's take a step back for just a second. I started streaming, and I got more, my business got more popular. I started dating someone, and I started hanging out with my online friends more. Let's figure out, you know, I'm getting very tired, and I don't want to burn out. So, okay, increased processing times. No Saturday streams. My partner and I have decided when we hang out in person. And online friends, I can always say no. I don't have to feel pressured if I am too tired. Okay, cool. And like that seems to have worked out pretty well. And like I'll make more adjustments if I need to, but I'm trying to be really cognizant of like paying attention to when I'm tired. Because it's a very me thing to do, to be like, haha, yeah, if I work more, then people will be proud of me. But that's not a good attitude to have. Which I know and have been trying to stop doing for literal decades. Ha 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 ha, it's fine. Loud. Stop it with the loud. Resting and being cognizant of your energy levels. I'm trying. You know, it's just one of those things that, we're not gonna get into it, but, you know, perhaps if your very narcissistic father decides to tell you that you don't have a real job because you didn't get a W-2 on your taxes last year, and that makes you feel really bad, and then you have to try to not, think about that. We have a somewhat better relationship now. But he did say that, in those exact words. I also just love this New Orleans version of Casino Night Zone. It's so cool. But hey, guess what? I started my own small business, and it's successful because of my own hard work. So there. So what if it doesn't make enough money to get a W-2? It's fine. Because frankly, I'm okay for money. Like, it doesn't need to make money. So it's going to make the amount of money that it makes, and I'm going to be proud of myself. It really just doesn't have to be measured by your tax forms, says Cammy, and also everybody who isn't my dad. I said we're not going to get into it. We're not going to get into it. I'm not going to get for real tilted. I'll only get tilted about cooking. Anyway, Ian Brutalmoose, if you ever want help, just call me and I'll be very patient with you. This is also like, I would absolutely not be that tilted if you know, somebody was trying to learn cooking and I was helping them. Because I've done that before, and it's like, I am very patient, because it's like, where would you learn knife skills if you just never learned it? there's no reason you would know how to do that. So, like, let me help. But when you're like, hey, why isn't this working? When you have the technology! Or just do a little research or something, please, I'm begging you. I just want to talk. And maybe take your KitchenAid away from you. Yeah, that was the other fucking thing. Is that he took a hammer, like a real hammer, not like a meat mallet, to Werther's. And I'm like, no, don't do that, no, stop! And it's like, you know, the bag kind of ripped apart, and I'm like, I wonder why the bag ripped apart. I wonder. You know, they tell you to use like a rolling pin or like a heavy book. That's what they do that. You have materials in your house. You have tools. You have tools. Maybe it was just for content, but I'm like, no, stop. Also, like, that recipe was not doing him any favors. It was like, use Werther's Originals and crush them up. And I'm like, why? There are other ways to use caramel that would be nicer than that. And not, like, rip your teeth out. He's like, this is really kind of hard. Yeah, the pie came out fine. It's just... He did a lot of stuff that I was like, oh, well, he can't fuck this up too bad. He still did. Whipping the cream, and then cutting back, and the cream is over whipped. You curdled it, my guy. Also, like, take the stuff off of the heat. Don't put the egg-based things that don't need to be on the heat into a stove that's still on the stove. Stop it! No, like, you could use just, like, you know, little caramels. And you could, you know, chopping those up is kind of hard because it gets sticky, but, like, you can. You could do that. You could use little, like, the sort of butterscotch chips. That would be fine. You can do lots of stuff. Peppermint bark is, like, kind of one of the only situations where you want to have hard candy on a bark like that. And in that case, the peppermint is, like, the candy cane is crushed pretty finely on purpose so that you don't break your teeth on it. It's in, like, you know, little pieces. You have to understand the eating experience, and you have to pay attention to it so that you don't break your entire teeth open. He ate it straight from the freezer, and it's like, why is it so hard? I'm like, because you ate it straight from the freezer! I'm gonna fucking... Ah! Hate it here. Anyway, ads are starting. Sorry. I am coming over to your house, and I am going to teach you how to cook. Teach you how to use your $400 KitchenAid stand mixer correctly. Because I know that shit's $400. You better believe I know what cookware costs. Coming straight to your house. Me holding out my hand. Oh, this is from the You Want Those Games. Well, here you go. Let's see you play them too. And And this is like a royalty-free song, and it has no right to slap as much as it does. It rules. A $50 mug. I'm not saying that you can't buy nice things. I'm just saying that if you buy the nice things, you should go to the effort of learning how to use them so that you're using them for their intended purpose and not making people like me angry. The chefs and bakers, if we could stop every 5 seconds to... Hold on! Hold the hell on. Come on with that. That would be actually very funny if I'm like, hey, like... whoever I can get of, like... Meister, Ale, like Renee, Conkles maybe, like, you know, any of those people who cook. To be like, hey... who wants to be mad at internet cooking? And then we can, like, watch some Claire Saffitz to make up for it and go, ah. I needed to, like, sage the room, essentially, with, like, watching of an actual chef. And then we would want to have... well, I guess it wouldn't matter if we had someone on the call who wasn't really a cook, but, like, someone who, like, it doesn't bother them. I'm just like, it bothers me so much! Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Why is everything so loud? If the music's still too loud, let me know. One person in a group of cooks who commits food crimes. Which is surprisingly not Renee. At least it's old, so nobody knows how to cook it. Well, I kind of do. Because, the thing about historical recipes is that there's kind of two things about them. And this is why B. Dylan Hollis could eat my entire asshole. Because, it's usually either convenience foods that, came about... like, a lot of these recipes are sort of from, like, the 50s to the 70s when we really... were able to, you know, we had advances in refrigeration technology and transportation and logistics. And that allowed people to, like, have pineapple any time of the year. And that was a very cool thing, because if you ever watched, like, A Christmas Story, which is set in the 40s, you know, Ralphie gives his teacher a fruit basket and it's got a big pineapple, and it's you know, shown to be, like, entirely too much. Because getting a pineapple in the wintertime, getting a pineapple at all, is like, oh my goodness, that must be expensive, because it was really expensive to get tropical fruit, because it was hard to get it there. There weren't as many planes, there wasn't as much of a distribution network, canning hadn't really gotten there yet. But once you could just have canned pineapple in your grocery store, and it was shelf stable and you could have it, people wanted to know what they could do with it. So a lot of pineapple, bananas, kiwi, things like that were used in a lot of things because it was just cool that you could get them. So a lot of people were like, all right, well, how do we now use this? And, you know, there was kind of a lot of experimentation until we figured it out. And I'm sure they didn't, you know, ask the people where these things came from, because why would you do that? But, and also, that's kind of that era. And then a lot of the Jell-O stuff is because Jell-O molds were expensive because they were these like, you know, shaped metal things that had to be like kind of bespoke made in usually a factory, but like if you had like a Jell-O mold, it was a big deal. And also because it required refrigeration, because the way that you made Jell-O was, you know, it goes in the fridge, and not everybody had a fridge. A fridge was a big deal. So to be able to have a Jell-O mold and to have a fridge to put said Jell-O into, and to have it be this like beautiful centerpiece of your table was a status symbol. And so that's why that's important. And then like a lot of the sort of like water pie and using cream of whatever soup and things like that, a lot of that comes from the Great Depression. And other kind of like, you know, poorer areas that needed to use these shelf-stable products to make things when we just like didn't have enough to go around, or people just didn't have enough money to buy it. So a lot of, for example, the early Joy of Cooking stuff, which I made, like the tomato pancakes and the gnocchi that has no potatoes in it, etc., from that a while ago in the Reb server. And some of those are just like, what the hell are you talking about? But a lot of those books had like, you know, here's how you use, you know, Campbell's soup was like a very big deal because it was easy to get, and it was cheap. And so like, what can we do to, you know, sort of use this as like vegetable stock? Use it in different ways. Also, what can we use potatoes for? Because we have potatoes. And so, like, when B. Dylan Hollis talks about potato dough as, who uses potato dough? This is so crazy. Why would you make bread products with potatoes? And I'm like, respectfully, shut the fuck up, city boy, because potato dough is awesome. And it makes the best cinnamon rolls you've ever had in your life. And, like, don't make fun of my hardworking German peasant ancestors, you know? Like, they made the best with what they had, and it's good. So when people kind of make fun of old recipes that are any combination of, we're in the weird Better Homes and Gardens era of trying out the stuff that we now have access to. Okay, this is kind of a lot. Cool, thanks. Let's go to Real Thousand Year Door. That was a Siva Gunner. Yeah, potatoes are very important. Because they're a starch, potato dough cinnamon rolls, they're awesome. And they're kind of like chewy in a way that's like really satisfying. And they don't feel as like tough as some cinnamon rolls do. They're great. And they're easier to make too. So when somebody like that sort of makes fun of those, I'm like, hey man, you know, kind of don't make fun. Well, first of all, don't make fun of women, because it reads somewhat as making fun of women. It's like not intentional, but it's like, why would people ever do this? It's like because we were trying to figure shit out, or use what we had available, or try to make the best of a bad situation, like with the Great Depression, and sort of post-war era and all that. And so, you know, a lot of those recipes just come from eras where there was a lot of stuff going on that we don't have to deal with now necessarily, but like it made sense at the time to do stuff like that. It mattered what was shelf stable because a lot of people didn't have refrigerators. So like ham and banana and hollandaise sauce is kind of stupid, but like it makes sense for the era that it existed in. And, you know, on a similar note, not that this stuff gets made fun of, really, but, like, why does Spam Musubi exist? Why does Bannock bread exist? Well, because Native Americans, Southeast Asians, Hawaiians, etc., this is, you know, the rations that they got from the US government. And so they used Spam, they used hot dogs, they used baking powder, they used things like that, that they were given to make something. And so, like, I think Spam Musubi is awesome because it just really represents a lot of creativity and using what you have to make something that represents your culture. Like, it's cool. Hamburger, Loco Moco, like, you know, making a filling meal for your family, that's what Hamburger Helper was for, is like, hey, meat's expensive. We realized this, especially at the time that this was going on. Hamburger Helper was, I believe, mostly a post-war thing. Was like, here's a way to make a filling, easy meal to feed your family in a time that sort of thing was kind of difficult to do. Yeah. Potato blight. Yeah, that's why a bunch of Irish people died, is because if you're relying on potatoes and things, like, that's important. I mean, I also grew up with home-cooked meals. I grew up relatively well off, so, like, it took me a while to kind of understand why people didn't sort of make home-cooked meals as often, even when it, like, technically costs the same, is that it's a lot of time and effort, and a lot of people don't have the time and effort. And it's also shelf stability. A box of Kraft mac and cheese is going to last in the fridge, or last in your pantry, a lot longer than cheese would. And Hamburger Helper is going to last a lot longer than, like, fresh pasta and ground meat would. And so some people are sort of respectful about these things, and some people just kind of look at it and go, what were they thinking? I'm like, I can tell you what they were thinking, and they weren't thinking that you should be making fun of them. So I kind of think that, like, Tasting History is a really cool version of that. I haven't watched him as much lately, but he, like, really took off during the pandemic. I think it's when he started. He's, like, a former Disney actor, and it sort of really helped him have a good stage presence. And does a lot of really cool historical recipes and talks about the history of them. Yeah, what were they thinking? I'm fucking hungry. What are they thinking? I want to be able to feed my family. Watching a video about knitting on Mia's co-working stream had, oh ho, weird this women's pastime and adding science and now is important vibes. Then knitting expert pointed out that, you know, added corrections in the following React video. Yeah, it's just like making fun of stuff that women do, whether intentionally or not, is a thing that, like, people do a lot, you know? Yeah, whether they mean to or not, sort of making fun of things that women like is, young women, older women, whatever. It doesn't matter. We gotta make fun of women. And it's like, listen, I grew up going to church potlucks, and yeah, is it silly that we put grape jelly on meatballs? A little bit, but guess what? That's what we had. It's shelf stable, and fruit goes well with meat. Like, what do you want from me? Like, why would you put grape jelly in a crock pot with meatballs? Because that's what they had, city boys. Shut up. Anyway. This is apparently Mouse Gets Tilted, the stream. What's kind of fun is that, it was unintentional, but it's nice when someone can address it. Yeah. Got to interview someone in Okinawa. Cool. And how they have this whole method of fermenting and drying this kind of palm plant to have something to eat during hard times. Very cool. Yeah. My partner partially grew up on a military base. And, like, I'm just like, I'm fascinated. Tell me about it. Does it taste good? Fuck no, it sucks ass. Yeah, so some stuff we don't eat anymore because it did in fact suck ass. trying to make sure that the nose is working here. This shit is poisonous and we had nothing to eat. Also, why do you think that, like, that a lot of people in, like, the Middle Ages were constantly drunk? Is because alcohol is much more easy to keep than water, because it's, like, more resistant to germs. Not that they, like, knew that, what germs were, but, like, beer was oftentimes a lot safer to drink than water. And also what's kind of funny is that humans will figure out a way to make alcohol out of anything. Like, the amount that that like engineers have had to like make literal rocket fuel really, really hazardous to eat and drink. They've had to do that because people on submarines or whatever, people who have nothing to do, they would just, like, distill rocket fuel and make ethanol out of it and drink it. It's like, no, no, that's so bad for you. That has so much alcohol in it. Please don't do that. Humans will always make alcohol. With potatoes, with rice, with anything they can find. With wheat. This is a terrible recipe as long as it's followed by, but times were harsh and this was a lot better than starving, or, but at the time it was only available to the wealthy, so it was a real social point. Yeah. You know, a lot of pastries were only available to the wealthy. Modern cooking techniques have made things a lot easier to do. When you had to do shit by hand, like, if you watch any kind of, like, Anne Reardon videos on how to cook that, and she makes a historical recipe and is like, oh, and by the way, to get almond flour, you had to, like, take almonds and grind them in a mortar and pestle and sit there for, like, an hour and do this. And I'm like, oh my god. Deep Space being put down because her girls game. Rom-coms getting the chick flick derogatory, or that romance novels are not real literature. Yeah, it's like, is it silly? I don't know, probably, but, like, who cares? It's not for you. Not everything has to be for you. Oh. This is not the same thing again, by the way. It's also it's in a different key. It's fine. So this Siva Gunner thing is in here because when the new Rhythm Heaven game got announced, they had this ready and they posted it. And I was feeling miserable. I had just gotten dumped. It sucked. This is the partner before, my current partner. I was going through it. And this came out and I was, like, bouncing in my chair in the, like, I'm having fun, but I'm so fucking sad. I'm, like, being compelled by the force of the music to bop along to this. So it's, like, important to me because of that. Also, after this is an anime song, so what do we got? Hades, Symphony of the Night, Cave Story... Bowser's Inside Story, Candy Factory. Okay, the only one... Okay. We've got a while until Attack on Titan shows up, so... After this, we can skip past one thing, then we can go to a Monster Hunter song. Needs a crew. I'll give him a face. I probably won't give him his glasses right now. Probably last. Yeah, no, some Siva Gunner rips are very, very good. Especially once they stopped, like, doing the same 3 jokes over and over. Okay, none of that. Monster Hunter. There we go. Some of these that are from games I don't play are because I heard them on somebody else's stream and I went, that's a banger, I'm keeping that. Someone said, thank you for coming, Zen. This is another part that's difficult to sort of get right. This is also why I the first time I made this, didn't put these parts on ahead of time, because it is kind of a pain to kind of work around them, but I figured it wouldn't be that bad of a pain, so I just did it anyway. But I've also, because I've been so busy, I haven't been cooking a lot lately, and it's been making me legit depressed. So I'm gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna cook some stuff. It's one of those where, like, my sort of schedule and routine changed a lot, and I haven't been able to figure out, like, okay, these are the days I should cook on so that I'm not wasting food, because I don't eat a whole lot. And I don't really have a functioning sense of smell. So I can't tell when food goes bad, and food goes bad pretty easily around me. So I often have to freeze things, so I have to make things that freeze well. And like schedules with like when my partner comes over, when I go to their house, should we be having DoorDash? Should I be cooking? When should I cook? After I finish stream, am I too tired to cook? Etc, etc, etc. So we're definitely door dashing tonight, just because I like don't have any food in the fridge, but I want to be like, all right, you know, I want to make the pasta that's been in my family. Like a lot of recipes that I do have some that are like, I grew up eating this because like my mom made this. Like my mom and dad actually are both very good cooks. But my mom's side is Italian mostly, and so I grew up eating a lot of Italian food. So one of the recipes that's in my family that I love dearly is a bow tie pasta with sausage, tomatoes, and cream. So it's a canned tomatoes. San Marzano is the best. You don't have to, but like if you look at the sort of cans of Cento tomatoes, and you see San Marzano, those are very, very good tomatoes, and they're very good for stewing and things like that. And you get those, and you use that. Nice Parmesan cheese. Parmesan cheese, if you buy bagged cheese, it has like an anti-coagulating agent in it that is sort of like a potato starch or whatever. It just makes it a little chalkier. That's also why it's best to have like a sort of like little bowl of sea salt if you cook a lot, rather than table salt, because that also has an anti-caking agent in it. Anti-caking, not coagulating, sorry. Just so that it'll taste better and the texture will be better if you do it that way. If you don't really cook a lot, you don't have to worry about it too much, but like it's also good to have a pepper grinder, because then you have like freshly cracked black pepper every time. And if you get Parmesan cheese, if you get like nice, like a block of Parmesan cheese, it because it's a very like aged cheese already, it keeps in the fridge for like months, like at least a month or two. And you can just grate it when you're ready to use it. And if you don't use all of it, you can put it back in the fridge. And that's very, very good to have on a pasta. It's also, Parmesan is very salty, so you don't want to use too much salt until you add the Parmesan and be like, okay, how much salt did that add? My mom usually uses turkey sausage. I just use regular pork sausage. Italian sausage, which has fennel in it. You can also add extra fennel. You can add red pepper flakes if you want it to be spicier. And then the recipe calls for heavy cream. I usually use half and half. It's just a little bit healthier, and it's yeah, I think it tastes just as good. And it cuts off so suddenly. Also, fun thing about Maya's theme is that the doot 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 is the same as the doot 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 doot, the objection theme. So she has part of Phoenix's theme in her theme. It's neat. Anyway, it's easy to make, and it's like you know, good Italian sausage. Italian cooking is very much about like simple things prepared with good ingredients, like the best ingredients you can sort of reasonably get away with. Not a whole lot of extra spices. It's things that are like as fresh as you can get them, as high quality as you can get them, and you just like cook it simply and well, and then it's great. Especially Southern Italian. Southern Italian is very different from Northern Italian cooking. And Southern Italian is often what you see converted to Italian American food, because the people in Northern Italy, which is like Florence, Milan, that kind of area, where a lot of the museums are, Turin, they use a lot of like, it looks a little bit more French, the cooking. Use a lot of like more brown sauces, more meat, that sort of thing. Southern Italy is warmer and less densely populated, and where my family is, where my mom's side of the family is from, is Calabria, which is according to my great grandpa, apparently the tip of the boot that kicks Sicily. So it's, you know, the very tip of the boot. And a lot of people from Southern Italy are the ones who immigrated to America because they were poor. And so they have a lot of the tomato-based things, a lot of the sausage-based things, a lot of like dried meats, that kind of stuff. Prosciutto is from Parma, and I don't recall where Parma is, but I think it's in Southern Italy. I'm not sure. But if you think of meatballs and spaghetti and stuff like that, it's a lot of that is comes from Southern Italy. A lot of those people settled in New York. That's why you get a lot of those. A lot of Italian people in New York. Pizza is from Rome, which is also in Southern Italy. It's neat. This is from Rift of the Necrodancer. But anyway, the kind of food that I like to cook is often Italian. I like to cook Japanese food sometimes. I do some I've been getting more into like making Southern American food, and just sort of appreciating that more in general. I make a pretty good jambalaya, good red beans and rice. things tend to be heavily seasoned when I make them because of my bad sense of smell, I often season things more so that I can taste them. Because my sense of taste is ever so slightly worse. I like to follow recipes, but kind of experiment with them sometimes. I do tend to be the kind of person who is like, this is the recipe I'm going to make, and then I go to the store and buy the ingredients for that recipe. But then, you know, change it a little bit if I feel like it. Often, once you get more comfortable in the kitchen, it's easier to know what stuff you can change and what stuff you can't change. And also, it's much easier to get away with that in cooking than baking. But, you know, oftentimes you can change vegetables, you can change, sort of accoutrements. But sort of the base of the recipe and, like, what's important about it and the cooking techniques you probably don't want to mess with until you've really figured the recipe out. And then, you know, different vegetables have different cooking times, so you wouldn't want to, like, replace carrots with zucchini because they're going to cook at different times, because carrots are like a root vegetable, and so they take a lot longer to cook than a zucchini would, which has a much higher water content and cooks a lot faster. Or if you do replace it, then you need to, like, make sure that you adjust the cooking time accordingly when you put the vegetable in, etc. Yes, this was Hades. This was because I was watching Dan Jones and Dragons and he used this, and I'm like, yeah. It's also why one of the Symphony of the Night tracks is on here. Make sure that I'm not losing the shape of this. Losing the shape? Let's see. I just add a bit more of that. We'll spike back. Hello, Stupid Solidarity. Welcome in. We're working on commissions today. I am working ever so hard. Starting to lose the energy high from the 5-hour energy. That'd bug me if I don't. That spike one. I'll say. What do I think? also have tomorrow to finish this, so I don't have to finish this today. Goes there, and make this one a little bit more shaped as well. And then rather than sort of curve inwards, it kind of curves outwards like that. Sort of how his ears look. And any fuzzies. I remember if I gave him hair. I definitely gave him his little tuft here. I believe I did. So sorry I stopped talking. I think I just kind of ran out of juice a little bit. Locking in. Okay, but like don't lock in so much that you lean real hard over it. Ah. I'm trying to decide if I want a new desk chair. I have like a nice-ish desk chair, but like I'm gonna be sitting here a lot, then I should, like, maybe look into getting a Herman Miller, like a used one. Herman Miller chairs are very good, but they're also like $1,600. But I know that you can get them from like office furniture resale kind of places. This song is called Go Straight, and I would never go straight. I swore off straight men long ago. They don't understand me. We're not worth it. It's not that they're not worth it, it's just that it's much harder to find a good man these days, for sure. Well, I don't know. But it's also like, I'm non-binary, so if you're straight, then you're probably not, you know... There's a dimension that you're not seeing, I suppose. This is not to say that straight men with non-binary partners are not, you know... That's between them and their partner. My wife says I'm good, but I'm pretty sure that's my tism. Yeah, I got that autistic riz. Diet cis these days. Considered gender and went back to being cis or trans cola. Saying for a reason. Risen with the tism. I just like when I don't have to give somebody eye contact, because I don't like it. Like, I'm just going to stare over here, and I promise that I'm paying attention to you, and I think that you're great. It just kind of stresses me out to maintain eye contact. Because I have to, like, make a conscious effort to do it. I also have to make a conscious effort not to like to pay attention to the flow of conversation, and it's so exhausting. You're like, okay, well, but if I talk now, then that means that I'm then it seems like this person thinks that I'm not listening to them, but I was listening to them, and I need to make sure that they know that I was listening to them by asking follow-up questions and by appropriately reacting to the thing that they just said, because they were being vulnerable. And if I don't show that I was paying attention to them being vulnerable and appropriately reacting, then they're going to think that I don't care about them. So I need to make sure I do that. Also, this thing was brought up like a while ago, but I wanted to make a comment about it. But if I make a comment about it, then people are going to think that I didn't, you know, that I wasn't paying attention to them because I was talking, stuff like that. And so that's one of the main reasons that I think that I'm probably at least a little bit autistic. And why my mom is like, well, it doesn't seem like you are. And I'm like, this is what I have to do with my brain all the time. And she's like, that sounds exhausting. And I go, it is. There will be times when I'm in a voice call with people and I'm just like messaging like Laz or whoever and being like, am I being shitty? Did I do a bad job? And they're like, you're fine. And I'm like, okay, good. I know it's anxiety brain talking. I just need a second opinion. Like, yes, you can pay attention to social cues and like, you don't just talk on and on about the thing that you like, but it's also because you kind of trained yourself not to. Yeah, it is like a genuine link between gender nonconforming and people being on the spectrum. Like, well, I don't look... the way that I act is not similar to how my sibling acts. But, yeah. And then, you know, sometimes you get so obsessed with social rules that you, like, are like, well, why are you doing it like that? You should know that it should be like this. And then I'm like, no, don't be judgmental. Come on. Like, there's no reason to do that. But it's mostly because I spent a long time, like, being embarrassed by, you know, people being like, oh, just stuff where it's like, I will be the person who doesn't cause a whole bunch um of trouble for people, and it's like, that's not really a good mentality to have for several reasons. Thank you, Guilty Gear. Might be a little on the spectrum. Well, that's why I'm getting an autism evaluation. I'm working on it. Guilty Gear is one of those games where I'm like, I would absolutely love to get into it, but there simply are not enough hours in the day to, like, get actually good at a fighting game. The song also sounds very Tales of Symphonia to me, particularly this part. Yeah, okay. After the Rhythm Sprout one, that's when we get an Attack on Titan. We have to skip stuff. Hi, Hollis. Welcome in. Okay, well, these are bothering me. Hang on one second. I'm gonna go get a thing and I'll be right back. Ah. Yeah, sometimes it definitely helps. Ko-fi. Oh, I, like, have a Ko-fi. I don't really have a link to it. So this is called a deburring machine. This is what you... or depilling. And you use this on, like, any of your clothes that get pills on them, like wool. You can also use this on couches, and I also use it on this. To just kind of shave the little springs off of it. No, it's not advisable to stick your fingers into this, but A, there is a plastic guard, and B, these are kind of thick leather, so don't worry about it. There we go. And then it, like, kind of safely deposits into this little thing. Toss that when it's full. Oh, I knew I was going to get it on him. Oh yeah, this is the one that sounds like a Lost Kingdom Hearts song. It's also by Yoko Shimomura. Oh, sorry! It does kind of sound crazy, though. No, that was not smart to do right over the largely black-colored figure you had, Mouse. Anyway. And yes, I could just turn these over, but the seam is on this side, and if I do it on that side, then it doesn't feel right. I'm not autistic, shut up. Not beating the allegations. Be looking for yeah, okay, that's fine. Wasn't sure if like this one was ending up shorter than this one. Generally should be fine. Put this here, so there's a bit of a blank spot there. It's just kind of feeling a little similar to how like I didn't realize I was gay and or trans until way later. I didn't realize I was bisexual until I was like 21. Yeah, you're asking a lot of questions answered by I'm not autistic t-shirt. And I didn't realize I was non-binary until I was like 28 or so. Mostly because it was like, oh, it's not worth thinking about, because either I'm like in a hetero relationship or which was, you know, for the bi thing, it's like, well, I'm in a long-term heterosexual relationship, so it's not really worth thinking about. And for the non-binary thing, it's like, well, I do feel fine, because, I don't know, the way my sort of non-binary is I feel like I'm both male and female. So, like, I'm generally fine with doing feminine things, but I was realizing that I was missing the masculine part, and, like, wanting to express that. And so I think it is more difficult to figure out, like, bisexuality and non-binary rather than, like, non-binary trans, and, or like, binary trans people and, like, gay or lesbian. Like, it feels like that's easier to figure out because you can be like, I don't want or I don't feel like the default that I've been given. I am the opposite, rather than, for me, it's like, I like this just fine. I just also want the other thing. And I want, you know, something in between. So it was difficult for me to figure those out. But I did, in fact, read a gay webcomic in high school and just thought it was neat. And also really liked Oscar Wilde. There were many things. Inspiration to knit a sweater with wool yarn and, like, have a felted sort of rib cage framed by cable stitches. That would be interesting. Knitting, I feel like you could felt on top of knit, but because it's stretchy, it might be a little bit more difficult to get it to, like, stay nicely. I know you can felt on top of crochet just fine, but it feels a little bit like maybe working with, like, because crochet is knots instead of loops, it's like a bit sturdy of a surface to work on. I would have to look up, like, can you felt on top of knit or just crochet. Having a lot of similar feelings, more on the max to femme side, yeah. I just had vivid dreams of being femme for years that made me deeply sad and then didn't examine what they might mean. Haha, yeah, it's just a dream, right? None of that matters. Yeah, exactly. It's like, there's so much, oh, that doesn't mean anything, haha. Be a construction puzzle thing to solve. That's a fun puzzle to solve, and that's where it's fun to, like, look up what other people have done. And just be like, I wonder, you know, can you do this? Let me see if I can try it, you know? That kind of thing. This is one of my favorite songs from Bowser's Inside Story because it's the, when you're inside Bowser, it has this, like, kind of more electronic feel to it. This is more of, like, a normal sort of Yoko Shimomura song when you're in just, like, the overworld, but when you're anything that's, like, inside of Bowser's body, it sounds more electronic and kind of muffled. It's interesting. Oh yeah, and then this is Long Sword Alert, which is Sephiroth, but as a Mario and Luigi song. Also, we have ads in about 3.5 minutes. We're gonna keep going until I get tired. And I'm getting a little tired, but I'm not tired enough yet. And I'm on a roll, so like... We're gonna try. And we're also, like, on my playlist that is the, like... Well, it's mostly the driving playlist, but the driving playlist is like, okay, lock the fuck in. Non-binary and ace, I imagine sexuality for NBs is sort of like ordering toppings on pizza. It kind of depends. And then it's also one of those things where it's like, some stuff is a little NSFW to talk about, where it's like genital dysphoria and things like that. But like, you sort of want to figure out like how you want to be perceived and what kinds of things you want to do and have done to you. Like, it's sort of a tough puzzle to solve, but it involves a lot of, you know, if I had the body that I wanted, would I, like, want to do this sort of thing? And you can learn a lot of stuff about that by, like, reading fanfiction, reading a lot of stuff where it's like, if I put myself in the place of this character, how do I feel about that? And you know, this character with different anatomy than me, how do I feel about that? It's a lot of just trying to figure stuff out. And then when something does work out, you're like, yay! Oh my god, I'm so happy, I figured something out. And then for me, it's like, because the kind of masculine I want to be is not, like, it doesn't really involve body hair at all. Like, I kind of am like, please let me be an ethereal twink kind of thing. I don't want to take testosterone because it would not give me the kind of body that I would want. So I kind of just have to make do with what I've got. And what's been helping is that I have been losing weight recently, which has made me feel a little bit less trapped in an inescapably feminine body, which I definitely did feel, and still feel a lot of times. Because, here's the thing, and don't go spreading this information or anything, but, I have a relatively large cup size, and that is something that is difficult to deal with when you're non-binary, and can't really do a whole lot about it, because binders don't really do much in that scenario. And you're just like, well, shit. You know? It's a little frustrating. Yeah, male elf prince in a teen fantasy fiction, a little bit. I generally, real-life inspiration is, like... What's-his-face, who wrote... Grace Kelly? The... Be like Grace Kelly! Ooh! That one. That guy. I want to be that guy. I'll kick in. Pass a jar around for top surgery money. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it's like... also, ads are starting. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, my body proportions kind of, if I didn't have that, then I would perhaps look a little bottom heavy. I don't know. But yeah, don't go spreading that shit. I don't like people knowing that about me because I don't want people to sexualize me. But regardless, it's a little difficult to deal with sometimes. Did that work? I think that worked. But yeah, there are lots of people who sort of have a much curvier body type who are non-binary and who, like, there are now, like, clothes that are made for feminine body types but look masculine. And those are fun. There's a lot of resources out there now. There certainly didn't used to be. And a lot of those things are also, like, expensive. Excuse me, my goodness. And then it's like, I also really like pastels, and that seems girly, but it's kind of not the way I do it. it feels non-binary. Pastels feel non-binary to me. I don't know. I'm just trying to do stuff that's like, I don't want to look like a guy in the like I want to look like a guy who looks cute and feminine. I don't know. Also, thank you for the sub. Who did a sub? Oh, Majesty. Hi. Thank you so much. I think subs are still discounted, and also if you have a Prime sub. Now you can WireMouse bark. I hope that the pinned message is not distracting or annoying. That's just pinned until the end of stream. Because I like bark. Football ads my beloved. I'm sorry. Let's wait till after the ad break to that. We can, with wraps, this stuff. That's a very good moat. Bark. For the moats and to be free of ad purgatory, yeah. Especially when people like talk during the ads a lot. I talk during the ads, but it's like, I don't know, if I don't talk during the ads at all, then I feel like I'm just sitting there. Okay. After this is Attack on Titan, remember that. You need to change the thing. Also, Rhythm Sprout is such a good... It has such a good soundtrack. It's so good. Or the Chicken Noodle Alliance. Chicken and Noodles have reached an accord in peace talks today. Lurk mode activate. Well, thank you for subbing, and thank you for being here. I do have a lurk command if you feel so inclined. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're just adding, we're using the scraps of this pre-felt so that, I can, so that's the same material as this. And, you know, the brim of the hat, so we don't have two different materials being used. That's the only reason I will use, pre-felt in, like, not kind of a standalone form. Cover something, because I want it to match something else. Uniting as brothers. Yes, absolutely. There's definitely more Rhythm Sprout on this playlist. I'm trying to decide in the future if I do want to like make these separately and then I want to put them on afterwards, because this is a little fiddly. Yeah, might do that. Pushing for the simmering siblings to avoid the gendered potlucking of the brotherhood. Like, but brotherhood is so good. But I understand why, yeah. Okay, now don't play Attack on Titan. I said don't play Attack on Titan. Hero Ranger, okay. Full FF7. When do we get to another... Not for a while. I think that's Odd Taxi. Okay. Well, no, that's Bakamitai. I don't think we can listen to that either. Economic Nakanuma. Kickback. Okay, pretty far until we get to Chainsaw Man. I want to listen to Don't Be a Fool. Okay, we'll listen to Don't Be a Fool and then we'll come back From American Arcadia. Very good video game. Red played it. Mary played it. I played it. Not on this channel. I don't play video games on this channel very often. Yeah, no, this is annoying to do on the doll itself. I'll do these separately in the future. What's fun about this song is that the person who's trying to get main character out of, like, Truman Show hell, like, sort of uses this song and, like, chops it up in parts of it to, like, send messages to the character. Be like, they're lying to you, don't be a fool. It's fun. Ba-da-da-bop. Just need to listen. They're lying to you. Believe me, don't be a fool. This song rules. I haven't heard it in a while. The other really cool thing about American Arcadia is that it's kind of based on, like, what if Walt Disney's proposed version of Epcot actually was real? Where it's kind of like a monitored city. And the Defunctland video about that came out right around the time... Not right around the time, but, like, pretty close to when this game came out. And it was just a coincidence, but it was very cool. And I actually, like, had just finished watching that Epcot video right when, like, Reb went live to start playing this game. And I'm like, what? It has been divinely ordained that I must come to this stream. Anyway, that song is good. Now we can go to this. Oh yeah, which is the FF9 battle theme. I was like, which battle one is this? FF9. This is from when Tiefling Fen played FF9 on stream, and I was like, this is a fun time, and also, I like this song. This hat is so weird. Like, how do I make this work? Glad I figured it out, but it was like, huh? Like horns, should I like make it realistic? Like, no. Then we have Zero Ranger, which is made by the same people as Void Stranger, and also has extremely good music. It is a butts hard shmup, though. I watched somebody else play it. I ain't playing that shit. I'm simply not enough of a gamer. Look alright? Yeah, it's nice. Let's just make his face over here. What did I do? I made... That's what I did. Shouldn't be too hard, but it will, give him a face to look at. Trying to make sure that this is even down the middle, just about. Okay, so I didn't add the little bits for his nose. His face is not just like a color swapped version of the normal version's face. It does have fewer details on it. I did add back the little blushies because I thought they were cute, though. Now, that's looking at the Nendoroid, but if we look at... Yeah, he doesn't really have... Yeah, he doesn't really have eyebrows. In the plush version. Oh yeah, this is like the really kick-ass version of the FF7 battle theme that's in Rebirth. That's the Midgard Stormer fight. Oh. Whatever I had it at before? I need to like write down what I had it at. Like the decibel. Like, it starts out as just like a regular sort of adaptation of the battle theme, but as it continues going through the phases of the boss fight, it does a really cool thing where it gets more and more like off script and does a lot of cool things with it. Don't like using the small needle because it takes longer. I'm a very impatient needle felter. I'm a very impatient crafter in general. Which is kind of funny because needle felting is thought of to be a very, like, meditative, slow-going kind of thing. And I'm like, no! I want it to happen now! So I don't tend to use the one needle unless I have to. Which is also why I never sew by hand if I can help it. Because I don't wanna! You have a perfectly good sewing machine right there! Don't ask how many times I've put really fiddly stuff into the sewing machine and hurt my finger doing so because I didn't want to hand sew. There are, like, sort of 3D printable felting guns that you can get that kind of look like a rubber band gun a little bit. But those are scary because those are, like, mechanical, and if I'm not controlling the needle, I kind of don't want my fingers to be right next to it. I think enough people lost fingers in factories in the Industrial Revolution for me to know better. Those are also more if you're making, like, really big pieces. I'm not. Like, I'm absolutely gonna get part of the VOD muted for some of this, I'm sure. Okay, cool. There's that. I think that looks fine. And then we want to have little blushies for our little blushy boy. And then we don't want to give him a cat mouth because he looks a little bit like he has a cat mouth, but it is distinct because it has, like, little fangs. I did once give a Ralse a kitty mouth and then packed him up to be sent and then debated whether or not I should fix it because I had already packed it up. So I cut open the package, unpacked him, and fixed the mouth and then repacked him back up. Because I'm like, no! No, they deserve what Ralse looks like! So just know that if you order anything from me, I put my whole ass into it. I suppose I could have given Ralse his clothes a long time ago at this point. We'll do that after this. Also, if I get this done today, then I don't have to do a whole lot tomorrow. Makes my life a little bit easier. I should cook, though. But I don't have to. I don't have to. That's only if you want to. That's the, I think you should make more work for yourself, stop it! You can't just, like, keep going, keep going, keep going. Conversations that I have with myself on a daily basis. Yeah, but you see now how, like, later in the song, it really goes off script and does a lot of really cool stuff with it, and, like, changes the rhythm, and still, it's recognizably still the FF7 battle theme, but it's so different at this point. It's very cool. It's more intense, adds more percussion. Lots of stuff. I don't know enough music theory to, like, be a real music reviewer, but I've done some music reviews in my time as a journalist. Mostly in the context of anime OPs, so I could stop talking about the music and talk about the animation for a little bit instead if I wasn't sure what to say. I really enjoyed those articles. It was really fun. Like, find the coolest anime OPs of the season and talk about them and recommend them to people. The Rowlet with the Jotaro hat is just sitting there looking at me. Like, oops, come back. Like, hey. How you doing? I'm doing great, thanks, Rowlet. You gonna dust off my hat anytime soon? No. I'm sorry, figures in my house. I even bought a nice glass case for most of my figures, but they can't all fit in there. So some of them have to get a little dusty, and it's okay. Okay, so something we have to get right, because this is a very important part of Ralsei's design, is his adorable little, like, weird cat mouth with fangs. A very important part. This is the most famous song from Zero Ranger. If music's too loud, let me know. Difficult to get centered. This is centered. Yeah. It is. More like this. It doesn't really have that part at the end of it. I want the eyes to look like they're wide. Wide. Make sure that you get them shoved in right next to the nose. Looks like they shouldn't do that, but they do want to do that. Define the nose a little bit more. Our big old Ralsei schnoz. He will also look more like Ralsei once he has his glasses. While we're here. Usually a good idea to put the sleeves on first, because then you can cover up the seam with the front and back and it looks more natural rather than having the sleeves sort of sit on top of the robe. Yeah, this is from Penny's Big Breakaway. They made a good jazz song. I had to keep it. Right. That's right. The arms need to be, because he's got flowy sleeves, you have to put black farther up the arms. Shit, forgot. That's okay, we can fix it. Not all the way up, but as far up as you can see with the sleeves. That's why you don't put the wool away until you're done, because you might need to use it again. I'm not sure if this is a T-Lope song, but I know that he did work on this game. This is by the Sonic Mania team. He has long opera gloves. This is from the, like, desert level, which looks very cool because it has blue sand. I'm pretty sure this is T-Lopes, and T-Lopes can write a desert level song, I'll tell you what. Dance Sanctuary Sonic Superstars? That's some good shit. Relic. Very nice. Stop. All over. Yep. Now we can put the sleeves on. Good old VVVV. Classics of indie game. See, this is the kind of thing where, like, this looks a little funky. We can just kind of, like, do a little bit of needle felt tailoring, where we just kind of felt this down a little bit so it lays better on his little arms. To have the theme a little bit. Here's out of the way. This is a sort of a continuous edit, so like it is pushing onwards and positive force, which are two different songs, but they do sound really good together. So it's one of those where like you kind of need to pay attention to see where the song switches. It hasn't happened yet. If I can remember where the song. Pushing Onwards is sort of like probably the most famous song from VVV because it's one of the first songs. Okay. Art is centered. That's where it switches. It's now positive force. I love this, like, phone ringing noise they put in here. Works so well with the sort of, like, 8-bit old internet kind of thing that they're going for. Also the kind of game where you, like, die a lot, so it's good to, like, sort of have this driving rhythm that keeps going. Don't have any spots that are uncovered. This pattern has also been adjusted over time to allow for more coverage and more kind of like I figured out how it laid on the body, so I adjusted it. I used to not like cover the shoulders well enough, so I lengthened the shoulder seams. Oh, hell yeah. Absolute favorite song from FF7 Rebirth. This is Battle on the Big Bridge. And it does some really cool mashups with FF7 themes. I'll point it out when it happens. When you're fighting Gilgamesh. And I believe after this I have the, do I have the HD 2D version of it? Maybe it got taken down. But the like, FF5 sort of like HD 2D version has a very trumpet-forward version of this song that is, like, fantastic. And as a former trumpet player, I feel like it's delightful. He has clothes. I was still gonna keep his ears up there, though. Yeah. Okay, this part. This part is very important. This is the phase change. That's the beginning of Battle of the Big Bridge. That's the FF7 beginning of Fight On. Do 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 do. It's so fucking cool. Like it's the part of Battle of the Big Bridge, and then it's a part of Fight On. It's so cool. And then it does another thing in a little bit that's also so cool. Then here, that's the boss theme, which is like they put FF7 music in this song, but very subtly. It's so cool. I love it so much. Even the very opening, like, does sort of the like Final Fantasy like. A battle has just started. Arpeggios. It's good. It's real good. I don't know if they're arpeggio. Whatever. Anyway, it's neat. Almost out of scraps to this. And under here. I'll push these down so we make sure covered. Here it is again. That's the boss theme. And it like really jarringly ends this edit of it anyway. Speaking of T-Lopes writing a banger desert theme and Sand Sanctuary from Sonic Superstars, here's Sand Sanctuary from Sonic Superstars. I love a trumpet on a day. God, this song rules. I haven't heard it in a while. Okay, keep going. Keep going. Like, I can tell I'm going to be so dead tired after this. But it's also that kind of like, but I have the energy, I need to do it. Like, I can be tired later. It's one of those. Dead tiredness well earned, yeah. Oh yeah, this is final battle theme of Birth by Sleep, I believe, and it's also used in Cage 3. Hi, Mr. Sir. Where'd you go? Ash? I heard Ash. Oh. Okay, well he came out of the bedroom and he's just sitting in the living room. Perhaps he will make another appearance. Heard a jangling. Also, if you have pets, particularly dogs who have a lot of kind of, you know, tags and stuff they have to have, if you don't want them to jangle so much, you can rubber band them together. That is a genuine life hack that my dad came up with. And I keep Ash's name tag loose so that you can see it. So there's a little jangly, but it's not quite so loud. He might just get out of bed. Why are you still tired? We just slept. I hate that. That happened to me a lot last week where I was just so tired from so many garbage things happening that week. Garbage and or just like exhausting things happening last week that I would sleep and then I would wake up and be like, man, it's like I didn't even sleep. I have to do shit. I can't just be tired. Things still need to be accomplished. This is also in Cage 3 the theme for fighting a giant pillar of Heartless. It's just like... reference is absolutely gonna be only for people in their 30s, but it's like when in Teen Girl Squad from Homestar Runner, when they had the wave of babies. A wave of babies! And you just get hit by a wave of babies. That's kind of what that feels like. No, I believe it's used for like the final boss of Birth by Sleep, and then also for a fight in Cage 3. Yeah, that's where I know it from. I've been a Barry fan for a long time. Actually was sort of like off of Twitch for pretty much like 2020 and 2021. Anyone glad to know what song this is? Also, if you look in sort of the bottom left corner there, it will usually tell you. Wave of Darkness 1. There's also a second part of it, but it's pretty similar. There's that. Oh, hell yeah, I put Chrono Trigger on here. God, I love a SNES choral noise. Yummy, yummy MIDI choir. Before we put the brim on, let's make little sticky uppy hair. I do want to very quickly look at the back of the Nendoroid of Chapter 1 Ralsei. Ralsei Nendoroid. Back. See if he has hair. Oh no, he looks so sad. Please show me the back of the figure. Please show me the back of the figure. Please? It would be super great if you showed me the back of the figure. Well, whatever. I'm putting the hair there. What I'm doing. Oh yeah, this is... If you're if you're a mouse watcher, you've heard this song before, and I apologize. It's my favorite 8-bit big band song. Nendoroid mentioned? What? Yes. I'm using, for some reference, the Ralsei Nendoroid. I tend to use a lot of, like, toys and 3D models, if they exist, as reference for, like, a 3D version of a 2D character. Where is it? You go. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I'm looking at this. So I use that, I use the plushie, and then I use, you know, his sprites and things like that. Yeah, but the only Nendoroid is the Chapter 1 version. I believe there isn't one for his more standard version. Of course, thank you, thanks. Thank you for coming, Bucket. Also, we have ads in about 3.5 minutes. The rarely seen fourth ads. We're going for longer. We are going until Droppy starts at this point. I also just love a gospel song, you know? And that's what they did this. You know, this is a gospel version of Pollyanna. I forgot to say hi when you came back. Also, hi, son. I am the worst about saying hello and goodbye. If I leave a stream, you won't know it. Like, I don't ever say goodbye. Also because I'm embarrassed to draw attention to myself. Oh, my hands are getting shaky. Ha 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 ha. It's fine. Now, this is not good self-care practice to be like, haha, I need to eat food. It's like, yes, but you see, I'm on a roll. It's fine. I am normally much better about self-care, however. This kind of thing. That'll work. I'm a fool. There's not much I can do. Something like that. Okay. Snack needed! I don't know if I have a snack is the problem. Wait, I do. I have peanut butter cookie. Peanut butter cookie that I made. I can get peanut butter cookie during the ad break. Thank you, Past Mouse, for making cookies. Hell yeah! I'm not skipping this again. We actually got back to it. Ads are just about to start. Chocolate Rala. Alright. Peanut butter cookie time. BRB. Okay, we're back. I forgot I had, all of the Metal Gear Rising boss themes on here. We'll, we'll listen to the first one and then we'll change it. That's right, this is the tonal dissonance section of my playlist, where it goes from Don't Be a Fool to fucking Metal Gear Rising. Love nature! Hell yeah, man. It's such butt rock in the best possible way. My absolute favorite quote about this game is when Barry played it and said, "This is not a turn off your brain kind of game. This game is actively hostile to thought." And I'm like, yep. Okay, thank you, Metal Gear Rising. We appreciate you. Moving on. Another Mario Kart track, because Mario Kart has really good music, despite the fact that I'm terrible at Mario Kart and never play it. Yeah, also, that is Jotaro Rowlet, because I once made this hat for Ash, and then he didn't like it very much, so I put it on Rowlet instead. Oh, Rowsy. Sit up, please. Honey, honey. Honey. Sit up, thank you. Ash, you want to come up here? Do you? Is that a thing you would like to do? Yes, no, maybe so? Ash, do you want to come up? He's just looking at me, like, well, what should I do? Hey! Hello! Yes, no, maybe? No. No, he wanted to go back. Okay. More fighting game shit. Stop! Stop it! Stop it! This is like a training area. Like, who allowed you? There's a Joseph, his son Jojo, and a hat here. Well, okay, here's the thing. You've got Jonathan Joestar, who's the original. He's from the 1800s. Then we have his grandson, Joseph. And then we have his grandson, Jotaro, who's the hat hair one. And then, through infidelities, Joseph's other son, Josuke, who's younger than Jotaro, because Joseph's a, well, he's, you know, he's the way he is. And then we have Giorno, who is Dio's bastard child, and by the transitive property of Dio being ahead and taking over Jonathan Joestar's body, don't worry about it. He's both, Giorno is both a descendant of Dio and Jonathan. And then Jolene, who is Jotaro's daughter, and then the timeline resets and it's weird about it, and then you get Johnny, who is the, like, new universe version of Jonathan, but is very different, and he's great and fantastic, and we adore him. And Part 8 is sort of the new universe version of Josuke, and which they're very different from each other. They just kind of share some thematic things. Yeah, that one. And then in Part 9, which I haven't read a whole lot, we have Jodio, who is kind of like the new version of Giorno. I do actually have a very good article that I wrote about what JoJo part you should start with, and the answer is pretty much any of them are fine. There are just a couple, like mostly like Part 6, and like Part 8 and 9. Like, you don't want to start with them because they just kind of have a lot of backstory. And Part 2 you probably don't want to start with, but like 1, 3, 4, and 5, and 7 if you read the manga because the anime's not out yet. Those are all good. Like, you don't have to know a ton, or you just need like a little bit of a primer, which the anime kind of gives you anyway. Like, 3 is not ideal to start with without knowing the stuff that happens in Part 1 and 2, but like, you can, and it's fine. And then there will be people who are like, well, you have to watch all of it in order, and those people, you know. It is better if you do it that way, but it's also, like, Part 1, I like Part 1 a lot, but not everybody does. And it's also the kind of thing that is, like, it takes a while to get to the JoJo of it all. Like, it's not... It feels like a pilot, in a way. Yeah. You have, like, a different power system in Parts 1 and 2. It's just... It's one of those things where it's, like, it's a little bit difficult to recommend it wholeheartedly. Without being, like... Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit, like... We haven't... It hasn't, like, hit its stride yet. It kind of hits its stride storytelling-wise in, like, I'd say Part 4. Also, this is from the Vampire Survivors Among Us crossover that, I thought that this song sounded very Metroid, so I liked it. I don't know. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. The best way to do this. Also, what did I do the first time? Okay. Vampire Survivors Among Us? Hello? It was apparently very good. I don't know. I'm trying not to be, like, the world's biggest Barry fanboy, but it's like, he did play it, and I was like, ooh, cool music. I will keep that. Vampire Survivors is one of those games that's just like, it's so visually busy that I have a hard time looking at it without just being, like, very overstimulated. I'm kind of glad that it's sort of fallen out of popularity, not for, you know, the game's sake, but just because I'm like, oh, I can look at the screen, thank God. Yeah, the bullet hell of it all, for sure. What am I doing? This is what I'm doing. Yeah, I kind of had this, like, flipped up a little bit, and then kind of like that. Right? Yeah, and then Nendoroid kind of dodges it by just, like... Yeah, this hat brim and this hair. One of those, it doesn't have to make sense in 2D. But it does for me! Like having this be just like a little bit taller so that I can cover the seam really easy. Oh, he looks so cute. Okay, I don't think I can play Bakamitai, unfortunately. Alright. Another Rhythm Sprout song. Kokobody the Hobbyist, hi, welcome in. How did you get your other needles? All I can ever find in craft stores is a single needle. So a lot of needle felting materials are only available online. So unfortunately, craft stores just aren't really going to be able to help you so much. What I do is this pen. It holds 3 needles. I only use 2. And this is the like one that holds a single needle. And turn this down just a little bit. It's kind of loud. And then I get my needles from a place called Felted Sky, which is a Michigan-based online felting store. And you can get all kinds of different types of needles. They have different applications. I only use one kind of needle. I use the 40 Twisted. It's just sort of, yeah, general sculpting to finishing. It's a very good all-purpose tool, and I will use sort of these 2 needles for most things, and it functions as kind of like an angled brush a little bit, where you can kind of do things flat. You can kind of use it vertically. It works well for those purposes. And they kind of come like this. And if you want, you want to make sure that they can fit in the pen. So these ones are painted, and they are just thick enough that they do not fit in the pen. But they will fit in this smaller thing, which, out like this. It just fits in there with friction. So you definitely want to, like, try out a couple styles of needles to see what works for you, and what you like using. But oftentimes, there's another, sort of like the biggest online supplier of needle felting stuff is called Living Felt, and that's based out of Texas, I believe. And you can get a lot of stuff on there. If you are US-based, my main source, Heidi Feathers, is currently unavailable for tariff reasons. But there are lots of suppliers that you can find who have really great stuff. Unfortunately, none of it is in craft stores. Like, almost none of it. And also, like, the wool that you can get in craft stores, what's usually the brand is Dimensions. It's like really garbage wool. Flipping Michaels in anger. Michaels will not be able to help you. You can get like a little bit of of stuff from there, but for the most part, because needle felting is such a small hobby, they really don't carry a lot of stuff for it. Unlike crochet and soap making and things, they can, you know, because they're an in-person store, they can only carry what they will sell large amounts of. So for a smaller hobby like needle felting, where I'm probably one of like 1 to 5 people who shop at my Michael's and would get needle felting stuff, like they can't do that. So I would go with Living Felt is probably your best like large store bet. I love Heidi Feathers, currently not available in the US right now. Belted Sky is where I get these ones specifically. Under the stream in the FAQ section, you can find out I believe there's also a link to Felted Sky down there. But yeah, there you go. It's one of those things where it's like, unfortunately, this is not a craft that is really served by craft stores. Like, sometimes you can find stuff at, like, yarn stores, but usually not even that. Also, this is a cool sort of, anthology video of... Checking them right now, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Happy to help anytime. And yeah, just get like an assortment to sort of figure out what you like to use. Because I'm sort of weird for only using one type of needle for everything. I don't really know of too many other people that do that. Yeah, this is like a continuous edit of all of the cross-examination themes in Ace Attorney up to the DS. Oh, did we start partway through it or no? No, we didn't. I just was busy talking during the first one. I'm so mad about those stupid tariffs. It's like, and for why, frankly. Like he's wearing a little sun hat. It's very cute. Alright, it is 8:17. I believe we should be able to finish his scarf in time. Yes, and then I will just like probably, unless we have time, which I kind of doubt it, I will probably make his glasses on my own time. Right. We have to ration this out because this sparkly wool is from Heidi Feathers and it looks like characters from something. This character is from a game called Deltarune. And I do original characters as well, but I do a lot of fan art. So I do commissions of characters from things. So this up here is, it's 2 versions of the same character. It's a character in a disguise and then later on. And blah. And I make both of them. So somebody commissioned this version. Okay. But yeah, this hair, I mean, it's used for another character from the same game, Susie. It's used for her hair, and like I currently can't get this because it's from Heidi Feathers, and there isn't really a good substitute for it from any other store. So, like, I need to be really careful to not use too much. but it does need to be used for the scarf, because what I kind of do, which one would you want to do more of? I like doing both. I really like doing OCs, but I also like doing fan art because it's often just a very cool challenge for me to figure out how to translate something from a drawing to reality, or, you know, if it's already a 3D model or whatever, to like simplify it in a way that is satisfying. Because, for example, let me get like an actual, so here's what this character actually looks like in the game. He's like a little sprite. And so figuring out how to make that work as a 3D doll is really interesting to me, and I love doing stuff like that. I also have... I'm not going to be able to really grab him. Well, yeah, I can. Just stand up. Oh, there we go. Shadow Milk. This is Shadow Milk Cookie from Cookie Run Kingdom, which is a very, like, flat art style that I tried to figure out how to make work in 3 dimensions. And he currently lives in gay baby jail. Also... Oh, don't fall over. Oh. There. Valid. You're really good, though. Thank you. I work really hard at it. But, like, this is my character. This is my character, WireMouse. And they have articulated fingers. This is another size of doll that I do. And these are all posable because they have wire skeletons. Got a little tail. So, like, that's an OC. But... now they just look like they're going, now hang on! But that was also cool to sort of figure out how to make like an iridescent material with felt. And so I had kind of this like basic blue, and then I added like little wisps of other colors on top of it. I mean, also fan art sells much better. And like, because I'm only making these, you know, the most that I've made of like one character to sell is like maybe 10 of them. Like, I'm really not impacting any sales of anybody else. That's just kind of how fan art goes. I have returned. Welcome back, uncles. What am I doing? I'm doing this. This is what I'm doing. That's not gonna be enough. I need a little bit more. But yeah, I really enjoy the puzzle of figuring out how to make a character into a real life. Well, HRT refilled. Very nice. Miles Edgeworth is also proud of you. But, you know, what's kind of fun for me is I love making sort of new characters and being like, I can figure out how to do that. It's a similar itch to cosplay that, you know, an itch to scratch for making cosplay props and things, which I used to do a lot more of. I don't do as much cosplay these days. I just don't really get the opportunity to. But I am planning to go to Awesome Games Done Quick this January, so... it's not the Miles I want to be proud of me! Aww. I want Miles Tails Prower or Miles Morales to be proud of me. But yeah, I love being like, I want to make that real, you know? I love this part of it. second I see a character from two sides, I start thinking about felting them. Yeah. And then you're constantly looking at Google Images going, please show me a picture of the back of this character, please, I'm begging. I just need to know what the back of their outfit looks like. But I've found that looking up 3D models helps. Either fan-made or not. Like, if it's a character from a game or whatever that has a 3D model, you can often find it on a model resource, similar to the Spiders resource. It's just for 3D models. Concept art is really helpful if they do like if they have a full turnaround of the character. And then you can also get like details that way. And just like getting a lot of reference images, and then sometimes you just have to make educated guesses, or sometimes the character design isn't consistent from one thing to another, and you just have to be like, okay, well, it's inconsistent how many armbands he has, and we're just gonna decide that there's 2 on one side and 1 on the other. You know, some stuff like that. Gastropod from Astroneer. Yeah, what I'll often do for proportions is like look at a picture of the character and like kind of, you know, put a piece of paper up to my laptop screen and like pencil over it and just like try to get the kind of like, here's what I think the skeleton looks like, which is very helpful for, like, I made a Vivi from Final Fantasy IX, and that's one where it's like, oh, his skeleton is really strangely made. He's got like very weird, like kind of dwarf-esque proportions that you wouldn't necessarily see. And there was also some concept art that helped really well with that, to be like, this is what his actual proportions are underneath all this clothing. Got like really long arms and really small feet, and it's like, huh, okay. But like, there's no shame in like essentially tracing proportions from like reference material. You don't want to, you know, trace the whole thing or anything like that, but like, it's very useful for things like that. And then I have like a, you know, these are the proportions for my humanoid small figures and the ones for my large figures, and I just work off of that. Drawing them from reference and figuring things out. Yeah, it's helpful, particularly for like strangely shaped characters. Like, this is the proportion guide that I use for my small figures. And so it's like, I just kind of make the wire skeleton to look like that, more or less, to follow it. And like, I sit here and you know, curl the wire like that, and I go, okay, that looks good. And, you know, sometimes I do some measuring. And it's very helpful. And if you also want any other tips unsolicited, polyfill. This is technically from Michael's Loops and Threads Supreme Fiber Fill. It's just a little bit nicer and finer than like regular polyfill. This felts to itself, and it makes a fantastic base for a figure. And then it's a little bit denser, and it just like, you don't have to use all of your nice wool. It's only on the outside. And it just holds shapes a lot better. So that's something I learned very early on from, I saw some felters at a convention I was at, and I said, teach me, senpai! And they went, Loops and Threads Supreme Fiber Fill from Michael's. And I'm like, thank you. Sorry, I had to clap because it was a very good battle music. I just have to get to it before my fiance uses it for crocheting. Give me that. Luckily, it's cheap. Super Mario RPG is good. This is from the remake, and it's a very cool version of this song. Because Yoko Shimomura rules. Like, you know, Everybody knows this, but it's true. Shout out. Yeah, thanks so much for coming. And thanks for the follow. Right, and I believe that that little notification I got means that Drawfee started. Yep. Okay, so what we will do is just finish up this scarf real quick, and then we will raid on over there. Since I am very almost done. The nice thing about this scarf is that it's like just about the length of this felting mat diagonally. It's like a little bit smaller. Yeah, we are almost done. Yeah, I had an extra long one today, 4.5 hours. Normally I keep it short on purpose so that I don't hurt my hand. Because I don't want to get an RSI. I just don't, you know? Because it's less bad for your hand than drawing because you're kind of holding it like this rather than, you know, sort of more of a tough carpal tunnel-y grip than you would get by holding a pencil and putting pressure on it. But it'll still hurt your hand after a while, so I'm just like, no. Normally do not go over 3 hours with felting at a time. In general, much less on stream, without a break, because it's your business, and it depends on you being able to use your hands. So, don't do that. Another Rhythm Sprout song. Carefully take that off. And don't rip it. And don't rip it. But don't rip it, though. But don't rip it, though. It's important to do both sides of this so that you get solid material to work with. Oh, I am absolutely running out of steam. It is just as well and soon. Kind of folding it over a little bit to give it a little bit more strength at the edges, because those tend to be kind of thinner, easier to fray. Okay, that's already staying in one piece better than it did before. Cool. Got a little bit of a hole in it. You're sort of making your own pre-felt like this. You do need to be careful that you didn't leave any thin spots. Other Sonic Superstars track by Mr. T-Lopes. I also forgot how good this song was. I haven't listened to it in a while. Ba-da-da. Ba-da-da. It sounds a little green jungle-y, like a little, yeah. Or white jungle. I forget which one has those kind of vocalizations in it from SA2. Then yeah, it's kind of got a this thing. Oh, I want to go just a little bit better. Okay. His scarf's so big. We need to make sure you can see him little face. Big on him. Gosh, he looks so... He's so covered. Covered by his scarf. That's him. That's Rouse. I just need to add his glasses, but I'll do that later. Get this down a little bit more. It's just a little thick. My goodness. All right. Well, thank you all for joining me today for an extra long stream. I'm gonna go absolutely just pass the hell out, pretty much. Here we go. All right, we are rating. It was motivating. Well, I'm glad. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. I will see you all on Wednesday, barring any unforeseen circumstances, but it should be fine. We'll probably be working on Hornet that day. That will be fun. Okay, bye-bye.